Saini, who is an associate at WestBridge Capital. Our third and last judge is Vineet Agarwal, who is venture capitalist at Antler, India.
College students like you, good luck to everyone who's participating, and irrespective of results, I'm sure keep working on what you are, keep ideating, and I'm sure something good will come out of it. All the best to everyone.
Shashank sir.
So first of all, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be in the judging panel for the great ideas, and congratulations to all the 20 startups for being selected for this final pitching event. And I'm looking forward to hear great ideas from you. Thank you.
Okay, so Apu sir.
Great. Thank you very much for having me here, giving me this opportunity. Kudos to the organizing team, and very excited to listen more and learn more about the startup ideas that we'll be discussing today. And yes, without much ado, I think let's get into it. I'm looking forward to great discussion here.
Thank you so much, judges, for your kind words. Okay, so should we start calling the teams, sir?
Yep.
Okay, so let's begin by calling our first team for today's competition. Please welcome Team Amal. Team Amal, please raise your hands so we can make you presenters. Are you? Yeah, you're audible. Are you ready, Team Amal?
I would just take a minute to share the screen and we'll begin.
Yeah, okay.
Is the screen visible?
Yeah, it is visible.
Fair.
Okay, so we are starting your time.
Okay, I think we can start.
Right. Hello everyone, I'm Parisha and with me is my team, and we would be telling you about our initiative, Project Amal. So every year during the harvest season, northern India turns into a suffocating gas chamber. Indian farmers burn an enormous 23 million tons of stubble waste, resulting in an economic loss of over 2 lakh crores. Apart from that, the thing is compounded by the use of low-grade coal and charcoal in Indian industries, which causes a huge amount of air pollution. The first step in our business model, which is Amal's business model, is mobilizing the farmers for acquiring the agro waste. We collaborate with farmer producer organizations to acquire the stubble in bulk, as procuring them from individual farmers was a challenge. Then we transport the waste to our facility for storage, after which we conduct pyrolysis, where stubble is burned in a limited oxygen supply, and it is like we produce biochar briquettes which are smokeless, right? Then we employ operators and supervisors from the local community. The last step is establishing marketing linkages, which is made easy due to our competitive pricing and US. With a vision to revolutionize the rural landscape, we piloted the first Amal plant in Karnal, the worst affected district by stubble burning in Haryana. these are some of the photos of our biochar briquettes. Over to you.
Yeah. So moving on, for supply, we have various FPOs and NGOs across states on board. The NGOs also help us in securing the land, electricity, and storage facilities needed for our plant. Then this system helps us make 30% margin on our product, half of which is the share of the organization, and the remaining half is reinvested to expand the project. We have established 16 restaurants, cold depots, and caterers, including leading chains like Barbecue Nations as our demand avenues. Then, with regards to our technology, we came up with an innovative emission-free pyrolysis process with our knowledge and technology partner, ICR Creda, JNU School of Environmental Sciences, and Infinitive Bioenergy. Yeah, next slide, please.
Right, just a second, I'm facing a glitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, talking about the sales and marketing strategies which we'll adapt. So first, we'll be leveraging the local market. There are many market segments that have regular demand for briquettes. So we try to access this segment by marketing our product in the proximity of our plant, for example, caterers. Then the cost benefit. The cost of our briquettes is around rupees 25 per kg, which is 40% cheaper than the charcoal briquettes available in the market, which is our main competitor. So this gives an edge while selling our product. Then we'll be targeting bulk buyers. We aim to target those B2B demand avenues which can be continuous source of demand, for example, cold depots who act as wholesalers for many industries. Then trust building and IC community mobilization goes a long way in marketing our products. So it is an instrumental in establishing our presence and uplifting the farmers community. Next slide, please. Yeah, so talking about the competitors and the USP of our products. So our competitors are all the conventional charcoal and coal suppliers who are catering to B2B and B2C markets. Our product is one of its kind and is unique in its proposition. It is smokeless, free of any toxic substances, have a calorific value, environmentally friendly, and carbon negative. We have many advantages listed here, which gives our product a unique selling proposition in the market. The most important being our price, which is as rupees 24 per kg, as against rupees 40 per kg for conventional char. So talking about one of, yeah, Parishad.
Right.
Talking
Yeah, go on.
Talking about one of our collaborations, so taking our battle against stubble burning even further, we partner with the Ministry of MSME under the Spurti scheme to set up a comprehensive agro waste management model in Sangrur, Punjab, the worst affected district in India by stubble burning. Yeah, Parsh, you can take over.
Right. So, can you have a look at our financials? So, we'll be able to set up a large scale plant for like 4 lakh rupees. That is our capital investment. And from this large scale plant, we'll be able to generate an annual production of 1,45,000 to 1,78,000 briquettes. And that will bring down our cost to like as low as 9 rupees per kg. Yeah. As far as expansion is concerned, to accomplish our goal of eliminating stubble burning, we have collaborated with the government of Punjab and Pollution Control Board, and that is where we'll be setting up the next two plants. Our efforts have been lauded by the Rural Development Ministry as well, and we are looking forward to expand our project in the coming 2 years at least, and increase our scale of operations to get the economies of scale benefit, and then we'll establish ourselves in different states away from, say, Haryana, Punjab, maybe Uttar Pradesh as well. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but Team Amal, your 5 minutes are over.
Could we just quickly run you through just 2 slides? I mean, there isn't much left, Wesley.
You can just quickly, if you can finish it in 15 to 20 seconds.
Right. Won't take longer. Right. So, as far as our beneficiaries are concerned, these are our three tiers of beneficiaries. The first one is, of course, the farmers who benefit from the gains, like reduced stubble burning. The second is the customers, and the third is the general public. And as for the impact, these are our impact figures of which we calculated like in the last year. So we have created 18 jobs, generated a revenue of 7 lakh with 40 farmers directly impacted. So you can see that it's a triple line bottom impact where environmental, social, and economical impact is shown here. So with this, we end the presentation. Thank you, and now we're open to questions.
Yeah, no, this is a very interesting idea. If I may go first, I had a couple of things that I wanted to actually check. One is when it comes to the farmers that you deal with, why do they currently burn stubble, and when they work with you, how do their economics change? Economically speaking, what is in it for them when they partner with you? How do their lives change?
Right. Thank you for your question, sir. I guess this is one of the, like, I would say, primary motives that we have. So, sir, currently, like, just giving you a brief background about me. I am from Punjab. I'm from Pathankot, Punjab. So I've seen this, like, from as early as I can remember. And the problem is that the farmers do not have economical alternatives, like, because the problem is in bulk, right? Like, 1 acre of land produces around 2 tons of stubble, right? They do not have the time to say cut and just give it to someone. So that is where we help them. We provide them with per kg cost of stubble, uh, like either with the help of the farmer producer organization, directly routing through them, or just going directly to say the local government and asking them to provide stubble from say 20 acres or somewhat like that. So that is where we help. And the thing is that they do not have the alternatives, and that is what they want. So it gives them sort of extra money as well, and also takes the whole problem from their hand. So that is how we try to tackle it.
So from their side, there is no additional either money deployed or any effort on their side additionally that they have to put in when they partner with you. That's a fair understanding, right?
Yes, sir. So if I just, go in quick details. So basically, they just have to cut it, like cut the stubble, stack it, and then we take it. So the money that we provide them, say 2 to 3 rupees per kg, that covers the cost of cutting, right? And we bale it. So we rent a baler, we rent the whole machinery to store it. So that is not something they have to spend on. So there the benefit.
Understood. Sure. Thanks for covering that.
So I have two questions basically. First of all, thanks so much for the nice presentation. And as I understand, the pyrolysis is very standard process. What unique you have in the technology that other players in the market is lacking?
Yes, sir. So again, pyrolysis, first of all, thanks for the question. So again, pyrolysis is a standard process, like it's worldwide renowned and it's used in various places. But our product is something new, what we are getting out of it, right? So like when we pyrolyze stubble and then we get biochar. So biochar is a very less explored sort of thing as far as India is concerned. And biochar briquettes, making these briquettes out of biochar as a substitute to charcoal, and like in our knowledge there is no one else who is doing it, right? First of all making the biochar and then making the briquettes out of biochar as a substitute to charcoal. So that is sort of where the innovation comes in. And as far as like collaborations go, we have partnered with the pioneers in biochar research as far as India is concerned, like ICAR Krida in Hyderabad and JNU School of Environmental Sciences. Yes, sir.
Okay. And who are your main customers except restaurants to use those briquettes?
Yes, sir. So we have a varied, target market. So first of all, the restaurants and caterers would be the primary sort of people who are doing this, and then of course it can be used for the cooking purposes as substitute to firewood, which is very smoke emitting and has those problems. Then iron walas. Then we are also targeting the craft industry. For example, Uttam Nagar in Delhi, the largest pottery market. They we are in talks with them because they are using the low grade charcoal there, and that emits a lot of smoke. There is a lot of pollution problems there. So if we are able to sort of give this to them, it will be a bulk demand as well, and it will be a help for the artisans as well. So there are a number of demand that we are getting.
And how much quantity one plant can process?
Yes, sir. So basically, sir, we have actually developed a large-scale plant in partnership with Implementor Bioenergy, and that plant can actually produce 500 to 600 kg per day of biochar. And the briquettes would be 550 to 660 kgs. Because we add the binder and everything, so the weight sort of increases.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
I have a quick question around, what is there any plan on how do you unlock the scalability? Today, there are too many touch points, which essentially mean that the process might be slightly slower or, manpower intensive in some ways, right? How do you unlock the scalability bit of it?
Right. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you
Yeah,
are.
you are audible. Team Amal, please quickly wrap up this question.
Right.
We are over time.
Fair, fair. So, sir, basically, like, we do understand the apprehension that you have because, we do have on-ground collaborations and which like tend to make the process longer. However, we feel that that is like the more there's a lot of noise, I believe.
Nihas, you can just mute. I think there's problem in your mic.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Right. So yeah, but sir, basically like the only major collaborations we have here is the on-ground collaboration as far as the operations are concerned. Because as for the technology provider, we just buy the machinery and set it up, right? So in fact, like collaborating with the on-ground collaborations makes it easier for us because well, the I would say the operations are divided. So each collaborator, each say entity has its own operations to do, so that makes it easier, and that is how we plan to replicate as well by just finding more on ground NGOs which are very much available and then collaborating with them and teaching them how to do
Got it. Thank you.
it. Right.
Okay, so yeah, your Q&A session is over. So that was Team Amal. Uh, Super presentation and a very effective waste management strategy by them. So I'm calling now.
Thank you.
Please welcome team player. Team player, please raise your hands.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Okay, just 1 second. I present my screen.
Yes.
Just 1 second. Okay, now it's visible.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay.
Okay,
So
so I'm
see,
starting your time.
okay. Then see around you. How much the plastic waste in all around us? See your phone, kids. It's also made up of plastic, and maybe it is not made up of recycled plastic, and maybe it never get recycled. Just as ocean made drop by drop, in the same way the plastic waste together make India's Mount Everest, which harmly, which badly harm us. Only 9% plastic waste is recycled in the world, where before fishes swim, now plastics swim. I, Garima Agarwal, the founder of Plari, come up with a solution. The plastic recycling, the recycling the plastic waste into the resin, which is almost same like a virgin plastic. So we don't need to produce more new virgin plastic. We also target the 3D printing areas, which is innovative, wide, and anyone can easily attach and attract with that. We target the whole plastic industry, but step by step, with full market knowledge and research. Turn your imagination into a reality with one touch. We have a many competitor, but We are different from others because we produce virgin plastic and 3D printed technology uses. 3D printing technology at the first time at your door with just one touch, particular designer product for a particular person, which increases value and demand also. The plastic market is very big. It's a $580 billion. The recycling plastic market is $41.3 billion. And the 3D printing market is $12.6 billion. Here is our revenue model by selling the recycling product and by selling the 3D printed products. As I tell you, the particular designer products for a particular person that increases its value and also its demand. We require 1.7 crores for that. Currently, we are at research phase, so we are doing research firstly. It's our marketing strategy short view. Currently, we are at research and development phase and working on a machinery and also biodegradable plastic. After that, we are reached at the market and grab it. We will reach to such a stage that next time Approv sir, Shashank sir, Vineet sir, and everyone else will have biodegradable and recycled plastic products in their house instead of conventional plastic made by us. We are at a research and development phase, as I tell you. Further, I need if someone I will tie up and hire on the basis of my requirements. Thank you. Now I am open with questions. Now I am open with questions. You can ask.
Yep, I can go first. I think, Garima, great presentation. Thank you so much. My question is more around, uh, the problem that you're trying to solve is very clear, right? But what is the exact solution that you're focusing on? Are you focusing on recycling, or do you want to focus on 3D printing? Um, yeah, Garima, are you there?
Garima, are you there?
Let's just give her 30 seconds. I think there is a network lag.
Hello.
You're audible, Garima.
Hello. Sorry for the disturbance. Sorry. Actually, I'm firstly focused on the virgin plastic resin. Then we can convert into a 3D printed filament. Also, the beginning process in the all the area are the same. And then, as I tell you, I am in the research and development phase now. We are working on virgin resin plastic, and then we are ahead it on basis of research.
Got it. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, hi, Garima. Great presentation. Thanks for covering that. I just wanted to understand the resin plastic that you'll be producing. Who will you sell that to? Who buys that from you, and in what shape or form? And then how much do they pay you for it?
We are selling it customers that are producing their own plastic products like bottles, shampoo bottles, like packaging items, but they are using the virgin plastic that are made up of crude oils. But we are making the recycling virgin plastic, so we don't need to generate the crude oil virgin plastic now.
Understood. Understood. And what's the kind of margin that you expect when you sell to these people? If you look at your cost and what you'll be able to sell this for, what is your margin expectation on that?
We are directly attached with the kabadi walas and the local vendors, directly attached with that, so we don't have a too much cost of the plastic, and we are converting into a like a solar panel uses that we are also save that energies, and then we can sell that on the margin.
Understood.
I think it is scalable ahead.
No, great.
And
Thanks.
also we are focusing on.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, Shashank sir, you want to ask some question?
Yeah, hi Garima. Thanks for your presentation. The idea is very good. So can you please elaborate a bit more of business model and how much money you will be needing in setting up the plants and how will you be processing the plastic?
First, we need a researching phase. First, we are in a researching phase, so we need for our research the lab requirement so that we are proceeded ahead. Actually, we are working on a machine also, which prototype is ready, but we need funds for making process, and then we are proceeded ahead for patent also. It's a 3D printed machine, 3D printed machine actually that reduce the cost also, and it is portable. Anyone can use it easily.
Okay.
Judges, are there any more questions, or should we move on to the next team?
No, not from my side. I think we can move on.
Yep.
Okay, sir. Okay, so that was team player. A very innovative idea by them. So yeah, moving on to our next team. Please
Thank you.
welcome. Yeah, please welcome Team Blizzcare. Please raise your hands.
Yeah, hi everyone. This is Chinmay from Team Blizzcare. I'll just give me a few seconds. I'll just share my screen and I hope my screen is visible. Uh,
Yes, it is visible, Chinmay.
okay, I can start, right?
Yeah, you can start.
Now, what you can see on the screen is a complete darkness. The darkness you feel when you close your eyes or when you go to sleep. And this darkness is in life of 286 million visually impaired people over the globe who cannot see this beautiful world and are also deprived of a basic education, which is a basic human right. We are here to solve this problem and we are BlizzCare. That stands for Blind Students Care. Now, how it started for us? It started for us with the person named Sanjay, who is a brother, and we saw him growing as a visually impaired, struggling in the life, not getting equal opportunities, struggling for the job, and struggling overall in the life because he is disabled individual. Now, diving deeper into the problem, there are 286 million visually impaired people over the globe. Of this, 63 millions are Indian, and only 5% get any sort of education due to lack of a braille literacy. Now, why this problem arises? Because the production of a braille formatted book is very expensive, and a book of merely 100 pages is costing more than 4,000 to 5,000 INR, which is not at all affordable. And if I want to give you an example, our favorite Harry Potter book, which we used to read in our childhood, is costing us at only 270 INR, and the same to the visually impaired in the braille format is costing 5,000 INR. That's the difference. Again, the printer available to us is starting from 10,000 INR, but a printer that is braille printer available to visually impaired is starting from 2 lakh INR. That's the difference between resources available to us and resources available to them. And there's a major gap in the education for the visually impaired, and therefore literacy rate is very low. Now, this particular population is expected to grow by 412 million in the coming 10 years. That is estimated by WHO fact sheet. Now we are here with a solution. Solution is in the form of a braille display system or a braille tablet. But this is not a normal tablet that we use because this surface has a holes on it, and the beads bulges out at a real time, so that a blind individual can touch, feel, and understand whatever is replicated on the same. So it can replicate any of the text, any of the diagram, at the same time any of the map to help visually impaired navigate from one place to another, completely focusing on the education. At the same time, the content is available in a grade 1 and grade 2 braille. Grade 1 and grade 2 replicates the two variants of a braille model that varies in accordance to multivariate languages. So we support them with the multiple languages with a single solution. At the same time, we provide them with the access to unlimited content that is available online and offline. Offline may be any PDF, any document, online may be any web pages. So consider if they want to read Wikipedia, they can read at a real time with our innovation, which is currently not possible with other technologies or the other platforms. Now, we have features like voice recognition assistant for the visually impaired. Now, consider I'm a visually impaired and I'm struggling to understand any of the pattern or a braille pattern itself. So we got it covered with the haptic feedback mechanism that is based on special vibration waveform, which guides the visually impaired through the braille pattern itself. Second, we are supporting them with a talkback mechanism, which this device talks to them at a real time to help them or guide them throughout their education. Now, here you can see a visually impaired girl trying to feel and understand whatever is replicated on the same with the help of a finger. And that is how the education of visually impaired is. With the help of their fingertips, they can understand any of the content that is available. So that is what we bring in on the table with our innovation. Now, we are currently in the testing phase, and we have few testimonials as well. On the top left corner, you can see a beads getting burst out and a visual impaired trying to feel and understand whatever is replicated on the same. So that is how touch-based mechanism is. And we are currently MVP stage. We have tested with few NGOs and institutes, like 4 institutes like Samarpan Saksham NGO, as well as Blind Relief Association, that's in Nagpur, National Blind Relief Association, that's in Delhi. And these are the few testimonials out of that test. Now, this is few of the glimpses of our initiative and how we go through that same. And this is the USP for us. We have a unique mechanism that is 3 times cost efficient and that can be scaled up quickly. Most important part, the patents. We have 2 patents on that. That is process patent and the design patent on this device. At the same time, our maintenance cost is 25 times less in comparison to existing technologies. This is a market. TAM is 26 plus million users that is divided over the globe. SAM is 63 plus million users that is divided over India. SOM is 3 plus million users that is segmented into B2B and B2G market, targeting institutes, NGOs, Blind Relief Association, government agencies, and MNCs with their CSR activity. This is our go-to-market strategy, or how we are reaching the users. As we are dealing with specially able individuals, direct approach with the product demonstration is how we are going to start. Second, launching MVP containing open source content. And third, forming a community where one visually impaired can communicate with another visually impaired. They can learn from each other. They can share each other's work. So that kind of community we are preparing, which is currently not existing in India. So we have already started with that process. Channels that we are used is radio and audio promotion, NGOs, media outlets, social and welfare forum. This is revenue stream. 1 unit cost of the device is 10,000 INR. Attachable module like Braille keyboard, specifically useful in the job sector, is starting from 300 INR. In revenue stream 2 is in the form of interactive content subscription. That is basically a gamified content that is starting from 500 to 1,500 INR per quarter. This is financial analysis. Initial one-time investment required is 10 lakh INR for the manufacturing process, operational and marketing process all involved. For if you want to set up our own manufacturing unit, cost is 1.8 to 1.85 CR, but this is not we are planning for the first 5 years because we are doing it on the contract manufacturing basis. This is a detailed break-even analysis for the first 5 years that we are doing. At the same time, our break-even is estimated in 2 years, 1 month, and total revenue is expected to increase by 61% and gross margin by 57% per year. This is a
Sorry to interrupt, Team Blizzcare. Your time for pitching is up now.
Yeah, just 10 seconds. I'll just move through the slides itself.
Okay, quickly wrap up.
Yeah, sure. This is a competitor, BrailleMe, Project Mantra, Michigan Braille device, BliTab. In comparison to them, we are a complete tablet device which our competitor cannot do. And this is my team. My name is Chinmay Naik, and this is my complete team who are here, advisors and medical advisors as well. These are few of the highlights, and these are few of the recognitions that we have. And thank you. I'm open for the questions.
Great, this is great, guys. I think I'll quickly cover some of the questions that I have. Chinmay, would love to understand, I know you did touch upon it, but would love to understand how is the real-time translation happening? So like say if I open Wikipedia, what technology will do the translation and how fast is the translation?
Sure. Sure. Yes, sir. So this is a tablet, and if you have any web pages, consider Wikipedia, you just need to open on it, and it can converts first into the Braille pattern. Normal text into the Braille is converted, and then
Hmm.
it sends a signal to the mechanical part that is based on electromagnetism technology, which via which the beads bulges out of the screen, and it is
Hmm.
completed within 1 second, and it's a real-time process that is happening. So if I want to give you an example, it's a model similar to that of a Amazon Kindle that we have. So it
Hmm.
provides you content in the Braille format specifically similar to that of a Amazon Kindle.
Got it. And for the translation from text on
Mhm.
Wikipedia to Braille, are you building the backend layer of it, or are you using an existing tool? Uh,
No, yes, sir. So software side and backend side, we have developed it from the scratch. We have developed a core dictionary for the same, which is based on two grade modules, that is grade one and grade two, which is current that is not available in on the online platform. So we have created fully from scratch for all the multilingual possibilities of the same in the Braille format.
Got it. And one last question from my side is uh,
Yes, sir.
text to speech is
Mhm.
something that is taking up quite a lot,
Right.
right? And there are a
Yes,
lot
sir.
of technologies that are consistently improving that.
Right. Right.
Uh,
Yes, sir.
and that is something that can actually be
True.
a substitute to this,
Right. True.
right? Then
Yes.
why do you think Braille is
Mhm.
that important? Why can't you do the same thing on, like, say, text to speech kind of a format?
True, true. Yes, sir. So, as you mentioned, that this text to audio is available, and yes, it is freely available on the applications, mobile applications as well. But actually, we thought the same. We, being a normal individual, we think the same. So we also thought the same. And when we actually went to validate this aspect, so what we found out that they do have the audio-based device, but they are not using it because the audio-based device can help them in understanding the stories, novel, or social sciences or article-related thing. But when it comes to core education, that involves quantitative, qualitative, analytical, logical part, that cannot be done only by hearing. If I give you an example, consider you are doing mathematics only by hearing, which is quite complicated thing. At the same time, you cannot access the images as well, which are
Got it. Got it. Clear. I
devices.
think I'm clear. I think I'll give time to the others also to
Sure,
ask
sure.
questions. But
Thank you, sir.
super clear. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. One quick one from my side, which is also related to the topic that we were discussing. So I understand the education applications of the product. Are there applications outside of education that you want to immediately target?
Yes, sir. So a few of them are currently they cannot access the diagrams. So that is something that we bring in with this content as well. Second important thing that we are focusing on is to make them independent in reading, writing, and understanding Braille. So the feature that we mentioned, the haptic feedback, that is based on special vibration waveform. Consider I am a visual impaired and I don't know Braille itself. So how can I read the Braille? So we got it covered with this vibration-based technology, which helps them understand the Braille. At the same time, if you need to talk to this device, you can talk to it with the help of talkback mechanism. Last but not important, like most important part, that we are providing them with a gamified content, which is similar to that of a Byju's that they are doing, but it is gamified content specifically in the Braille format for the visually impaired students. So this
Understood.
all we are doing. Yes, sir.
Sure. No, thanks. Thanks for covering that.
Thank you, sir.
So thanks, Chinmay. And I have a quick question. Like you mentioned, 10 lakhs cost INR. So
Yes, sir.
that is manufacturing cost, or and second is what kind of companies you are tying up with for the manufacturing?
Sure. Yes. Yes. So first part that is yes, we are looking for 10 lakh. That is an acceleration fund that we require. Now, what it involves? It involves first few prototype or basically MVP that we want to deploy in the classroom solution. So we want to set up a digital classroom solution at a blind institutes. So which we estimating that 25 to 30 there are students in each classroom. So the product will be likewise. So we want to at least convert. Three institute that is one classroom in three institute into a Braille platform. That is the first part. Second is a operational cost that is involved into that. Third is a marketing cost, which is based on workshops that we are conducting to, which is also one of the marketing strategies for us. So that is something that we are doing at the initial level with this 10 lakh INR.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, sir. Partnership. Sorry, I missed that part.
Se-
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we are looking, we are currently in talks, not yet completed. So we are in talks with contract manufacturers based out of in Kurnool, that is a region near Hyderabad. So we did had a communication with them of how the contract manufacturing could work with them, and we are working on it, building the NDAs and all the paperwork that is needed. So that is not on paper, but it's in talk as of now. These are few parts, as well as NGOs, institutes would be best partner for us, as well as MNCs who are having CSR activity under them would be one of the partners for us. Like a few of the companies are Ericsson, KPMG, 3M, under which we are recognized, and we got recognized. They help them connect with the institutes under them, whom they are funding under their CSR activity. So these are few of the channels that we are using currently for our initiative.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so thank you, Team Blizzcare. Your Q&A session is over.
Yes.
So
Thank you, team,
it's great to
and
see
thank you
Team
for the
Blizzcare.
judges. Yeah, sure. Sorry,
Yeah,
Vipul.
it was great to see Team Blizzcare helping out our visually impaired friends. So now we welcome our next team. Please, Team Daibai, please raise your hand.
Hello everyone, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Just a second, I will share my screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so can I start?
Yeah, you can start now.
Okay, so hello everyone and good afternoon judges. I am Shashwat Meti and this is my friend Krishna Kakolia. We are second year students from IIT Guwahati and currently we are working on our idea DB, a billing and finance management app. So to start with, I would like you to consider some questions. Did it ever happen to you that you want to return or exchange something, but you cannot find its bill? Or don't you ever feel useless to carry printed bills from place to place? Nowadays, everything is going digital, be it money, ID card. We just need to carry our phones for everything. But the bill is still working in the age-old system. Due to bills not going digital yet, it is very inconvenient for some customers and shopkeepers. If we take a look at the problems of both shopkeepers and customers individually, generally the bills are lost when the product has to be repaired in its warranty period. Bills are required for taking reimbursements in offices, so they have to be kept safely. Account maintenance is also a very big problem for customers as well as for the business personalities, as the bills are not organized properly. Likewise, for the shopkeepers, printing bills is neither time or cost efficient. Keeping records of bill for taxation purposes is also not very efficient, especially in the times of COVID also. Giving bills physically becomes a little risky. So, a simple solution to the above problem will be creating a two-way platform, one for both customers and one for shopkeepers, to transfer bills digitally without any hassle. Thereafter, it can be easily accessed and managed according to the needs of the user. It will also innovate the process of connecting local businessmen to customer, as all the bills are organized in a single platform and maintaining accounts will also be very progressive. So the main idea behind our product is creating a single platform for both, where they can have the flexibility they had with the physical bill and ease of organization with digitalization. They can organize bills, share bills, curate them, and add notes to them. Managing the account section will be easy with a feature for customers to know the category-wise weekly or monthly expenses. A facility for creating business reports will also come in handy for the shop owners so that they can see their business status anytime. At the same time, notifications or messages can also be sent to customers by shops to tell them about any relevant information. Now, to discuss the viability of our product, for analyzing the current situation, we floated a form to know the problems faced by people which are related to billing and finance. We got about 850 responses, which is pretty decent, and the results were overwhelming. About 80% of our audience, they said that had a problem with billing and would like an application as an alternative. We have also interviewed some store managers if it would be easy for them to transfer bills online, and 68% of them were ready for the change. Now, if we compare our idea with other apps, we have an upper hand as our product is not only business oriented, but is also for customer usage. There are a very few apps for digitalization and management of bills. Majority of the apps or softwares like Zoho Books work mainly for taxation purposes and inventory management, and that too only for businessmen. Also, there are some similar apps which work on transferring bills through messages and emails, but the info is very cluttered. So, the absence of any app in both the customer and business segment and in the digitalization of bill makes it a very big market to occupy. All shops which print bills are our target audience, but initially we have decided to target some local shops or chains based in a particular city to know things better. This will help us to understand the concept of digitalization of bill to get our first 100 shops, and then we can expand it to other stores. As we are eliminating the printing process, which basically contains the cost of paper, ink, and machinery, we will charge the shopkeepers per transaction. And also the premium version of app, which contains analysis for sales with the help of AI and for shopkeepers. Also, listing of shops and pushing ads of shops through notification will provide us revenue. To say currently, we are in prototyping stage and doing the market research thoroughly. We have planned to release our product till May and plan to get 5,000 shops by November and launch a premium model. Talking about our target market as an app is also customer oriented. It creates a larger market base for us and mainly people from 18 to 40 years, which is basically the students and the working class, among which 40% uses smartphones. Also, many shops are now registered under GST and print bills, and this number is continuously increasing, which also affects our target audience and in a good way. So, like this was our whole idea, DB, which aimed to digitalize the billing system and establish a better connection between consumers and shopkeepers. Thank you, judges, and now we are open to questions.
Great. No, thanks for covering this very interesting idea and a very real problem, I must say. One thing I wanted to understand is what are the regulatory constraints in this whole equation, both on the shop side in terms of GST taxation filing on at their end, and then at the user side also, are there any regulatory requirements for a physical copy of a bill?
Yes, thank you so much for that question. First of all, the main thing was that we'll target the shops which print bills. So as we know that in India, the organized sector and there's two kinds of shops, organized sector and the unorganized sector, which prints a bill and which doesn't print a bill. So we cannot actually sell our product to the unorganized sector because if they use a bill, it will become organized and they have to file tax. So the organized sector already pays tax for the part they print. So we are not targeting the software like Tally or Zoho, we are targeting the hardware. So there won't be any problem from the business side and from the customer side too. Due to GST, there will be no problems from there because they already have registered that under GST. So we have properly looked into that with market wish to target.
Understood. And for a user who's filing for reimbursements, there is no requirement for a physical copy anymore, or digital copy suffices there.
Yeah, again, that's the problem. Yeah, digital copy is there, but again, like how many bills did you get digitally? And if you get digital, it's not properly curated. You have to search through the messages, you have to search through the email. And it's a not properly organized sector, which can be easily done by simple software, simple platform.
Understood. And one last thing I wanted to discuss is the 0.2 rupees per transaction amount that you're talking about. Who pays that? It's the shopkeeper paying for it, and why will he pay that basically? Have you tested his comfort with that kind of a number?
Yes, sir, definitely, sir. So I calculated everything. I like the paper roll that usually comes that is used to print bill. It's about 50 rupees. I went to wholesale and calculated it. It prints about the average inch of, like, if you take it the big bill and small bill, it's 9 inches per bill, like averagely. And every roll prints about 200 bills. Okay, and including the ink, if you calculate the whole amount, it's about 0.6 or 0.7 per transaction if you calculate a normal bill. So we're only charging 1/3 or one half of the printing amount. And initially we are not planning to charge. Once we have a good customer base, then we'll implement the whole thing.
Great, thanks and all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Quick question from my side. I think the current experience for a shopkeeper is they're already using a point of sale. If they are an organized system and are printing bills anyway, so they are most likely using a point of sale. That can be a tally, that can be specific to their segments. Now, if this is implemented, they have to use the point of sale. It's just that this is in some way a replacement to the printer, right? In some ways. Essentially, then this big, why isn't it better to just integrate an email to this person on the point of sale, and why do we really need a separate product for it? Isn't it better if Tally just does it? Or, and by the way, a lot of point of sale systems today have it, that you can just put in the email address of the customer and it goes. The problem is that it's faster to print versus type in email addresses, which are usually longer and take more time. So any thoughts around that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we have worked on that.
Yes.
So yeah, Tally actually can send a bill on message or in the email. Again, the whole thing, the problem comes around that if you shop around 10 shops in a year, you have to go to the mail and go to the message and get it. And also there is no personalization and no curation in the app. The most useful aspect of the bringing out the product will be you get see, okay, which bills have spent on clothes, which on food. You can see everything. Like 2 years back also, you can see the thing. And one more thing that you have said was why Tally, like the fastness, you just print the bill and everything, you just print button. So once we integrate it with the software, you just need to scan the code of the consumer and it will be directly get transferred. So putting in the number or the email ID won't be necessary. So
Okay,
the time
so
will be less.
got it. So one very fundamental basic question, right? Who is it that you're targeting? Or let's say, who are you solving for? Are you solving for the shopkeeper or are you solving for the end user?
So we are trying to solve the problem of both of them. Both of them have some problem regarding it. The consumer mostly
Okay. So let me push you a bit harder to take a stance, right? If I were to tell you you can only choose one, who do you want to solve for? Because then your solution changes, right? So I urge you to take a stance. Just take. I mean, it might be incorrect. You might change it, but just for now, who are you trying to solve for?
So for consumers, like for the consumer, the billing part is not at all organized. But for business,
In which case, got it. So that's so if you're solving for the consumer, then why charge the shopkeeper?
So again, the same thing goes with the credit card. So it's helpful for the debit card and everything that they swipe. It's helpful for the consumer, but they charge the shopkeeper for it.
Got it. Great answers, by the way. Thank you.
So most of the transactions are going digital, and if I'm shopping somewhere, I'm using Paytm, any payment platform, or using my credit card, I get all the bills on my email, right? So how do you see the future of your product? Like, it's just a place to keep all the bills organized, or how will you cope up with that?
Yes. For us, we are seeing as a product after 2 years, we're seeing it that for every user, it will be bill and finance management app. Be it bills from the shop, be it bills from Netflix, be it bills from Amazon, be it electricity bill, be it anything. All the bills will be under one place, and with the help of AI, we can get the whole expense. That AI thing will.
My question was, like, all the kind of payments, all bills are going digital. I pay everything online and I get bills for that. So where your software is coming into play, it's just for keeping them in one place?
Yes, sir. You can say that not only the digital part, like also the digital part, email message part, and also the physical bills part, like the bill that used to be printed, and also at the same time with the help of the finance part, where they can actually see how much spending is done, so they can get a complete picture of the whole thing.
And so initially, this is only the first step, like the billing part and the management part. We have also thought of some extra features we can provide later, but it will require a greater market base for us, like, to implement it nicely.
So I just want to add a single point to it. So the billing part is the first step by which one to connect the retail market, the consumer. Actually, we're further looking at so that in our app, the retailer can actually list their shop and they can properly connect to the user. Like they can list their shop, consumer can send query to it, they can get the delivery system and everything.
Okay. Time's up for Q&A session for Team DB. Judges, would you like to ask more questions?
It's okay from my side. Thank you.
Yes, me too.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, so thank you, Team DB. A very incredible use of technology by Team DB to solve a problem that we face daily. So yeah, uh, please our next team, Team D2. Please raise your hands.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, I'll just share my screen. Yeah, may I start?
Yeah, it is visible and you can start your presentation.
All right. So, good afternoon, everyone, to the esteemed judges and all my fellow participants. My name is Dia Bharadwaj, and the name of our company is D2, which means directly to you. We are a team from IIM Sambalpur. First of all, I'd like to apologize for the absence of my team members. We have an exam going on, so they could not join. Coming to my presentation. So all of you must see that there is a beautiful border around this picture, which you can see at the bottom and the top. And many, very less people will know that this is actually the design, which is called ikat and is traditional to the Sambalpur area of Odisha. So this brings us to the question that why are we not aware that such traditional and beautiful art exists in all around India, and India is so much rich in the heritage. So as we are moving forward with technology, I feel that we are leaving behind our tradition and heritage. In the pandemic, and even in the areas such as Delhi NCR, a lot of small retail shoppers and a lot of small retail businesses had to close down because they could not bring their platform digitally. They could not bring their platform online. More than 60% of these ikat artisans lost their jobs because they could not make any sales during the lockdowns and during this corona period, and many of them had to resort to doing menial labor jobs. So now the idea of our business is to help such small retailers and shop owners, and also to support the traditional heritage and art of India. So let us have a look at how we arrived at this problem statement. India has massive market opportunities ready to be harvested, but it is also extremely fragmented, making it a tough nut to crack. It has a gigantic clothing market, but did you know that less than 10% of these sales are online? But the question is, why so? To find the answer to this question, we hit the streets of New Delhi and interviewed several customers and shop owners to find out the problem. A whopping 67% of shoppers told that they did not shop online due to two major reasons. First is a lack of trying and testing, and second was long delivery periods. However, before we could solve these, we had a greater problem at hand. How to bring about such a huge assortment of clothes online? How to develop such a large product catalog that was constantly changing with every passing second? So basically, the problems that we identified were split into two parts: the problems that are faced by the customers and the problems faced by the retailers. Customers face the usual problems of long delivery periods, hectic returns and refunds, and lack of touch and feel. However, the problem that was faced by the retailers were really huge. They did not know how to bring such a large product offering online, and also how to keep evolving with the offerings that they have, and how to give solutions for tagging all those products. So we have divided our business into two segments. The first is the automated instant clothing delivery platform. The other one is a chance to save tradition. So coming to the first part, for the automated instant clothing delivery platform, our platform will ensure that customers not only receive their orders within roughly 45 minutes, but also have the option to try before buying. We have live tracking and immediate returns, and it will not only benefit the sellers, but will really revolutionize India's online buying experience. So coming to the second phase of our business, that is value lost and endangered art. So what we'll be doing is that first of all, we will make sure that we have an application that caters to automated instant clothing delivery, and then we will move on to inculcate this part of saving the lost and endangered art of India. This will be done in two phases. The phase one will be solving the retailer's problem, which is very important. And this will be done by a technology called AI product imagery. This already exists, but what we have done is we have substantially reduced the costs that are required for AI product imagery. So product photo solutions help create retailers high quality on model product photos at scale and roughly at one-fourth the cost of traditional photo shoots. But still, those costs are not nearly less enough. So if you would know that this technology is being used by Myntra and Puma and Nike and such high brands and names. However, the amount of money that it requires for one single item of clothing to be present using these AI product imagery is approximately 400 to 500 rupees. We have substantially reduced the cost to bring it from 15 to 35 rupees by aligning our business with a company called VUE.ai that will help us with the tagging and product photo solutions. We are using AI machine learning frameworks to called generative adversarial networks to create realistic images of products on models. And we are using the product photo tagging solutions, which extracts data and enhances based on the prediction, uses AI to enrich the product data from structured or unstructured visual and textual input. And the process is really automated. It saves a lot of time and can also be done by anyone who basically owns a smartphone and knows how to take a picture. Coming to solving the customer's problem, so this will be done in 4 simple steps. Step 1 will be designing the applications that use the user's location to show clothing stores within 15-kilometer radius of the client location. Then generating the secondary applications for retailers, stores, owners, partners, and administrators. Then next would be collaborating with brand outlets and small businesses and onboarding them. Step 3 would be the catalog development and training, inventory management. And step 4 will be hiring our delivery personnel, technical staff, quality assurance, and customer support team. After all that is done, we will move into the second phase of our business, that is bringing the traditional art and heritage online. Now, let us have a look at our value proposition. First of all, we can try the.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Team, but if you could just quickly wrap it up.
Yes, I'll just.
Because we are over time.
Yeah, I'll just need 15 seconds to wrap it up quickly.
Yeah, please quick.
So our value proposition is try the order while the rider waits, keep it if it fits, and the returns are instant and easy. Then you also have an option of scheduling your deliveries. Now, coming to our segmentation and targeting, we'll start with the tier 1 cities, followed by tier 2 cities, 15-kilometer of radius within the client location, and age 15 and above, working class students, housemakers, basically anyone who owns a smartphone and knows how to use it. Our revenue stream will be divided into 3 parts. The first one would be direct to customer sales. Advertisement from clients would be second, and the third would be a small part of the delivery fee. Now let's have a quick look at how our application works. Create an account and sign in. Once you have signed in, you can choose the store of your choice or look at the latest fashion choices which are available on our application. Post that, you can apply the filters of your choice, choose your dress from the large product catalog, add it to your cart, and make your payment. And voila, your order is confirmed. You can track it live. And once it is delivered, you can even try it on. You have a 10-minute window to decide if it fits or not. If it fits, keep it. If not, the returns are instant and the refunds are very easy. And then you can provide us feedback. Yes, it is that simple. Thank you. To conclude, I'd like to say that we are in the ideation and development phase. However, every big idea starts with some amount of persuasion and some amount of motive. And we do have that motive, and we believe that we can make the best out of this idea that is available to us. Thank you. I'm open to questions now. Am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you, Diya. Thanks for covering that. One question from my side is on the consumers. When we talk about the consumer in this case, so I understand the hyperlocal part of it, that the order will be delivered to them in a fast manner. But on the assortment also, are there any differences? If you look at other platforms or the other choices that are available to a customer, so for unbranded, there are a set of apps for unbranded products, and then there are a set of apps for branded products also. So how do you differentiate on assortment, or is the differentiation largely on quick delivery only?
Sir, we have the differentiation, first of all, based on quick delivery. That will be under 45 minutes. The other thing is that our target cities are tier 1 and tier 2. So herein we'll have unbranded sets as well. And we have shops that offer branded products as well. And even the brands directly. So we will bring all those things on our platform. So it isn't just like we are just supporting the local artisans or the local shop owners, but we are also giving a choice for the big brands for the people who prefer that. So that would be the first phase. Apart from it, our second phase would be bringing the traditional Indian products and the traditional Indian art online. In that case, the assortment would be huge, and especially if you look at brands like Zara and H&M. So now we can see that they are trying to integrate the traditional Indian heritage and traditional Indian products into their product designs. But it is so astonishing to see that the price point of those products is very, very, very high. However, if you will go to Sambalpur, and you will see that you can buy this ikat sari for approximately 500 to 600 rupees. And while at the same time, if you look at it online, it will be sold for thousands, like 10,000 to 15,000 for the same thing. What we are doing is we are also giving them leverage in terms of price, so even our price point will be lower. And plus, if I just show you for a minute, our user interface
India has massive market.
would be of this sort. If you can look towards the bottom right corner, our user interface will be extremely interactive. So you can just click on any of the state within our map, and you can actually find out that what are the traditional art and traditional clothing system of that particular state, and make your purchase. So that way we are like advertising the entire heritage of the country as well.
Understood. And can you also briefly cover how you will be able to manage quick deliveries in a category like apparel, where the SKU breadth is large? So quick delivery works nicely in grocery, where you can manage. There is no long tail in the SKU assortment that you carry. So do you see that as a challenge here, or can you really do quick deliveries for apparel?
Yes, sir. That was actually the first challenge faced by us, and that is why we have decided to use the AI product imagery. So it makes it extremely easier, first of all, to to make the catalog online in that case. So the retailers and even the small shop owners will have to spend very less time in upgrading their product offerings and tagging the product. So that can be done on a daily basis. It is that easy. The other thing is we will employ or we will outsource our entire delivery force. It will be just like the way Instamart or just like the way Swiggy or Zomato is working. We'll have a rider who will be given the order. He'll pick up the order, and maybe more orders on the way, not just one, and will deliver it to the customer, wait while the customer tries, and the customer will be charged for that, but he will have that offer. He'll have the chance to try it and return it instantly. So in that case, quality assurance will also be there, and at the same time, the product can be brought to the customer really, really fast.
Great. Thanks for covering that.
Thank you, sir.
Quick quick question more on the customer demand or need side of it, right? Like, unfortunately, we are westernizing ourselves and moving away in general from heritage products per se. And we usually, like, when it comes to apparel, we usually wear traditionals in special occasions and things like that, right? So do you think this is a big enough market, or you are seeing this as starting with this and overall getting into overall apparel industry broadly? How do you see?
So, sir, that is the exact reason that we identified that. First of all, uh, we most of the sites you'll see that there are two categories which are mainly there in this apparel industry. One is fast fashion, which westernization, as you mentioned, we are moving towards it. The other one is the heritage that we're leaving behind. Our platform is trying to bring both of them together. So even if we do not make very large profits on the heritage side of it first, still we'll have fast fashion and an instant clothing delivery platform to make sure that the profits keep coming in. The other thing is that now, as we see that there has been a shift in the thinking of the millennials and the upcoming generation, so they are trying their very best to get back to their roots. For big brands even like Sabyasachi and for Zara and H&M, like I mentioned, they are trying their best to integrate the heritage side of it. And you'll see that there is a very large chunk of millennials that are very quickly getting into that bohemian style of clothing and getting into having a meaning behind the clothing that they're wearing, whether it be through recyclable material or giving back to the society, eco-friendly. So these are the new ideologies that the millennials and new generation have really adopted, and we strongly feel that they will increase as we move on with time. So our business will be profitable in both the segments.
Got it. And a question, this is more of an extension to what Apurv was talking about, is this is a category which has, massive number of SKUs. So, and this is a category which is driven by variety. So a customer wants to look at 10, 15 designs, if not more, before choosing one. In which case, at every location or every micro hotspot, you will need to have a very wide, even if that is one piece per design, but you will have to have multiple designs. Um, uh, any thoughts around how to optimize that, or how will you kind of predict what will sell here, what will not sell here?
Right, sir. Sir, first of all, like we mentioned, that our segmenting would be of that sort. The other thing is that the 15-kilometer radius that we have come to it has been, first of all, we'll start from the Delhi NCR region, and we have come to this particular number after a lot of R&D. So, which if you really go to the map of Delhi NCR and just pick any point, any residential area where the population is high, or even just where internet connectivity is there, you'll find that when you cover the area of 15-kilometer of a radius, then there are a lot of product offerings and a lot of stores that will come within that area. For example, just talking about an area like Lakshmi Nagar, which is in East Delhi. So if I am sitting at my place in Lakshmi Nagar, and if I take a area of 15-kilometer, then there are more than 36 malls that come into this radius. And even if we not talk about the malls, then there are more than seven, really famous small markets that are famous for their unbranded clothing that come into this radius. So that is the exact reason why we want to target tier 1 and tier 2 cities, because we have done an R&D and we are very sure that this particular point of radius will make sure that enough of assortment is available to choose from.
Got it, got it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So I got my doubts cleared in Apurv and Vineet question. So there is no question from my side. We can move ahead. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you, everyone, for listening.
Okay, so we can move ahead. Thank you, Team D2. It was an amazing presentation. What?
I will have to excuse myself for about 45 odd minutes. I have a call that I need to attend to. Will join back in as soon as done.
All right, sir.
Thank you guys.
Okay, so moving on to Team Zvam, please raise your hands. Are you saying something, Hardik?
Yes. Could you
Yeah,
please
you're
confirm
audible.
if my screen is visible or not?
Yeah, it is clearly visible.
It's not entirely visible, I believe, Hardik.
Is it visible now?
Uh, I think some of the part from left side is cut out.
Okay, let me reshare 1 second. Sorry.
Yeah,
Now?
Now it is complete.
So can we start?
Yeah, please proceed.
Yes. So hey everyone, thank you for this call, and we are presenting our idea Zvamp revamp yourself with our Z factor of growth. So I'm Hardik Joshi, focusing on UI UX and product at Zvamp, third year undergraduate from Pune.
Yeah, and I'm Divyanshu. I'm looking into the tech and operations of the platform. Currently, I'm in my third year pursuing my BTech from in computer science from NSIT Delhi. About our background, so actually, me and Hardik in our first year started with a idea that was Coloresco, our previous idea. We worked on it for about 1.5 years. The idea was to actually streamline the scattered freelance industry, and throughout our journey, we actually managed 35 plus creators, and we catered around 30 plus clients.
Yes, a few of our clients are here, and we also got an opportunity to be the business coaches at Business Blasters Delhi government. Yeah.
Yeah, so the reason for the switch to Zvam from Coloresco was firstly that we wanted to work on a product-based idea and Coloresco was a service-based. Secondly, we were lacking a core team and only me and Hardik were actually working on that platform, Coloresco.
Yes, but now we have a core team for Zvamp, and now this is the team building Zvamp, and we have people from top organizations like Topper, JP Morgan, Chase and Company, etc. Yes. So now
Yeah.
the problems.
Yeah, moving on to the problem. So, don't you think that with the new cultures like work from home and online mode of studies, people have actually started restricting their interaction to other people? Then, depression and loneliness has become a common thing to hear. The access to a right guidance and mentorship is lacking. Then the cultural differences, like a person in Kolkata has no clue about a person's life in Kerala or Nepal and the culture over there. Lastly,
Yes.
the toxic content over the social media that has massively scaled in past years.
Yes, and to solve all these problems, we have a very simple solution, that is to talk. And the solution is to talk online, because it's easy to discuss and it's easy to connect with a lot of people online. But there are a lot of platforms for that. So what we are building is a moderated online platform to talk online, and people are visiting our platform. We have around 75% plus retention rate because we are giving them personal growth. So what we are building is a platform. So we intend to offer ZVAM for the age group between 16 to 24-year-old student and young employees across the world, so that they will be able to enhance their personality through conversations and our psychology-focused moderated meet environments. Recently got backed by Razer Prize, Microsoft for startups, and selected for Gurukul Class 300 X.PC. So 16 to 24 is initially, definitely we are going to target a huge market, and enhance their personality is the value which users are getting on our platform, and this is our USP. And for this, we have already started onboarding a small team of Delhi University undergrads and one professor for the same. Yes, so this is our platform. When you enter our platform, you will get three things. The first thing is meeting environment to target various aspects of growth and to direct the conversations. The second is a moderator, and the third is user two. So the plan is to build around 500 plus meeting environments. Currently, the 5 meeting environments are live and 16 in ideation phase. So this is what we are building. And in between all the meetings, ZVAMP analyzes your personality and then creates roadmaps. Then create roadmaps for you. The roadmaps are combination of one-on-one meetings, mentorships, group discussions, communities, and resources.
Yeah.
Yes.
And coming to the business model, so the meetings are free and we are charging for the roadmaps.
Yes. This is our MVP currently. We have 3 versions for MVP as well. Yes.
Yeah, talking about why now. So actually, COVID has brought a good population online and has made video meets a common thing for them. Then a live moderated entertainment along with some sort of value is a completely untapped vision till date. Also, the awareness for a right guidance and mentorships has increased in people over years.
Yes. This is our traction.
Yeah, so Traction V Zvam being operational for past 1.5 months, we have successfully catered 35 plus one-on-one meets with an average user rating of 8.5 out of 10, and the average meeting time is of about 50 minutes. And we have also successfully conducted 12 plus mentorship sessions, and feedback for all such one-on-one meet and
Yes, sir.
mentorship sessions is here. Yeah.
Yes. This is our
And
market size.
market, so we are laser focused to our obtainable market of 4.3 crore individuals in India, and breakdown for the same is here given.
Thank you. Sign up at zvam.com.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
We're open for the
Yeah.
questions.
Thank you guys for the nice presentation. Apurv, can I go first?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, what is the Z factor? You mentioned revamp yourself with Z factor.
Yes. So the Z factor, what we are building is we are integrating moderation and psychology on our platform so that we will be able to analyze our audience a bit in a more better way, and then then accordingly share further sessions with them with better moderation environments, meeting environments.
That you are referring Z factor. Okay.
Yes, this is what
And
our platform, this is what a meeting environment consists of, that you will get a moderator on our platform, research-based activities, question to trigger out of the box thinking, and icebreaker rounds and everything. So this is how we are directing the conversations.
okay. And how you are analyzing the personality in the meeting, as you mentioned.
Yes.
And what next question related to this? What is the roadmap?
Yes. So what we are doing with one, when we onboard our users, so we have a quick personality test form for them. So this is point number one. And second is that currently we are doing everything offline. Offline is we have maintained a lot of Excel sheets for analyzing people based on a few keywords that we have fixed on our platform. And the main idea is to automate everything through AI ML models, and we have already onboarded one member for that as well, Garima.
So right now you are doing it manually.
Yes, with a
It's not with
moderator
machine.
is, yes, filling
Yeah,
all the
actually,
Excel
the
sheets and
moderator
everything.
in the meet is looking into the personality or interest, we can say, and
Yes.
all of such is from the moderator are usually from the psychological background, as Hardik
Mostly.
mentioned.
Yes. Not all, but mostly.
Yeah.
Okay, and the last question is, what is the roadmap that you are mentioning?
Yes, so the roadmap will consist of mentorship sessions, EVAM communities will unlock for them, and one-on-one meetings. So the idea of roadmap is that we are building a lot of meeting environments, and so they have so we are targeting multiple aspects of the user from those meeting environments. But the idea is
The
that
idea
the
is that
roadmap will be specific.
get the user explore to many new things. So, for instance, if a person from IIT Roorkee comes up, then we are not going to connect him to another person who is from IIT Roorkee or IIT Delhi, maybe. Instead, we are going to connect him with someone who is a gynecologist, maybe, so that he
Yes.
gets to know some new aspects and perspectives.
Yes.
Okay, and very last question. Sorry to ask many questions.
No worries.
Why only 16 to 24? I think if you, this is much needed for older age also. If you say 16 to 32, your TAM will increase. Don't you think so?
Definitely. So this is what we are targeting initially because we understand this market better. This is the
Okay.
simple
It's
reason.
our initial market, and we'll definitely scale to a larger age group in coming years and
Definitely.
larger market more than
As
India.
already shared. However,
Okay.
we have already onboarded people with 40 plus age as well on our platform, tested them.
We actually didn't call them, but it's a organic user response we are receiving. And we'll
Yes.
definitely follow the market signals. If we find that there's a good response from that age,
Definitely.
we'll definitely scale to that.
Okay, thank you. That answers all my question.
Thank you.
Thanks, Suzanne. A couple of questions from my side. One is, what's the biggest value add for your user and for your for mentors that are there on the platform?
Yes.
Is it primarily about networking, or do they come to the platform to build certain skills, interact with people who think in a particular manner that they are interested in interacting with? So, what's the primary motivation for one, the user, and why will a mentor be there on the platform?
Yes, so for users, it's personal growth, and for mentors, we have two, 3 points I would like to share. The first is that we are the first, as you answered, as you already shared, that networking is point number one. The second is that we are very focused to give them an experience as well. It's not that they are coming on our platform only mentoring, but it is important to give them an experience of interacting with people as well. And the third is that we are working on a credit-based system. right? So we are not actually paying them currently. The first plan is to create one credit based system and then pay them in form of credits, and then maybe we'll give them some amount as well. So this is how we are planning.
Understood. Understood. And the one last question will be, how do you monetize this? What do you see as your primary source of revenue going forward?
So the roadmaps part is our primary source of revenue. The
Understood.
customized roadmaps will charge for that part.
A user actually is spending in interaction. He's conversing for about 30 to 40 minutes. So that's a good point for us to actually understand a user.
Yes.
Understood. Understood. Great. Thanks for covering that. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so thank you, Team Zvam. Amazing presentation by your team.
Thank you. Thank you.
We can move on with our next team. Our next team is Mango Tech. Please raise your hand.
Hello.
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, can you see my video?
No, it is not visible.
Okay. Just 1 minute.
Hello, Team Mango Tech, are you there? I guess there is some network issue with Team Mango Tech, so we can move on with our next team. So Team Shield, you can raise your hand now. Team Shield. Okay.
So a very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Namanbir. So let me just share my screen. I hope the screen is visible. If anyone can confirm.
Yeah, screen is visible.
Yeah. So we all know that women's safety is one of the most sensitive topics in the entire world, and it's a really big issue in India also. The numbers which you can see on your screen is just for 1 year and just for India. The numbers will for sure touch the sky if we
कौन
yeah.
है? अच्छा एक सेकंड.
Can I continue?
Yes, Naman, please continue.
Yeah. So I was saying that these numbers would touch the sky if we add up the data from other countries also. And for sure, this is not the complete data. A huge number of cases go unreported, especially in India. I believe that technology should be used to solve the problems which humans could not do, and that's what I'm trying to do here. What if you can alert your parents or police when you are in danger, and they can then help you? Sounds interesting. That's what Shield does. But what's unique in us? What unique do we do? All other women safety apps use a button based system, which means that the app would send an SOS when you tap a button inside the app. But if we think practically, will the criminal ever allow you to get your phone out of your pocket, then unlock the phone, then open the app, then tap any button? Of course no, because and this process would at least take 5 to 10 seconds, and you won't even get more than 1 second in that situation. So, but what if you can alert your parents or police by just screaming help? That's what Shield does. All you need to do is scream help loudly, no matter where your phone is. It might be in your pocket, it might be in your purse. It will recognize your help and immediately send the SOS to the emergency contacts. You can save the numbers of your mother, father in the emergency contact list. Screaming would just take less than 1 second. So we plan to collaborate with local police departments so that the SOS can be sent to their control rooms along with your family, so that they can send the patrolling van to you and they can help you accordingly. We also plan to introduce wearable devices such as wristwatches, and with the launch of these devices, a lot of new opportunities would come to Shield. So as a social impact startup, we don't have any source of revenue right now, because the vision behind Shield was to create a product which everyone can afford and anyone can use for free. But this doesn't mean that we will continue to stay like this forever. As I mentioned in the previous slide, that we'll launch the wearable devices, and these wearable devices won't be free, and in future these will be the main source of revenue for us. And if the collaboration with the police department is successful, then we also hope to get some funds from the governments. So what we have achieved till now. Shield is currently being used by over 1500 people from 60 plus countries, and around 2 people join Shield every day. So that means we are growing every day. And Shield was also featured in Times of India on 11th October 2021. So that was all I had. I'm open to any questions which the judges may have.
Yeah, please you proceed first.
Okay, sure. Thanks, Naman, for covering this. I think again a very relevant problem statement that you're trying to address in this case. So, firstly, wanted to understand there are a lot of police-owned apps also that different city police departments are launching. I understand even those are all push click of a button-based app, not necessarily voice-based apps. But what is your understanding of whether the police department would want to build their own systems to cater to this problem, or will they partner with, let's say, independent players like yourself in this case?
So, sir, as of now, as per my knowledge, there's only one government-owned app, and that's Disha SOS. As per my research, no other government or police has created any of their own apps. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Sure. My understanding was so apps like BCP, for example, Bangalore City Police also has an app, and some state police departments do talk about it. I've never experienced it or used it directly, but I think they do have a system there. But your understanding is that they would want to partner with independent players and collaborate there.
Sir, we would need to think on this honestly.
Sure. Understood. And going forward, how do you want to operate here? Do you want to continue to position yourself as a welfare provider, or are there any monetization plays also that you have in mind? What's the thinking there? I understand the real proposition that you're offering, but what's the business plan?
Yeah, so no, we don't plan to stay this kind of freemium service forever. And as I mentioned, that we launch those wearable devices, and I also have many other plans. So like I'm following that policy to acquire first and monetize later. Once we reach a huge number of people, then we'll take baby steps to monetize the product.
Understood. And how do you, one last thing I wanted to understand is how will you reach a wider audience here? Are there any marketing strategies that you've built out that you can discuss with us?
Yeah, so there would be two major things which will play an important role in reaching a huge number of people. That would be first newspapers, because there's a huge number of population, especially in India, which does not have access to social media or televisions. So we would reach to these people with the help of newspapers. And the second source would be the police departments. Like obviously the people would trust the app more when the police will recommend them to use it, and when they will hear real life stories about people being saved by this app. So these are the two main sources which will help us reach more and more people.
Sure. Thanks for covering that. Shashank, over to you.
Yeah, so what is the unfair advantage of your technology? Because from your explanation, what I learned is like once you scream, it will send SOS to the police departments, right?
Yes.
So this is very basic technology, like just voice recognition and then synchronizing it with the sending messages or whatever. So what is unfair advantage with you?
Yeah, so there's some unfair advantages. For example, the user may scream just for fun. I mean, they're not in danger; they're just doing it for fun. So in this case, we recommend that the police and the family members also, that you should first call the victim, first call the person. Like the SOS message also, the SOS which the app sends, it's mentioned in the SOS that first call the the particular person if they are seriously in danger, or this SOS is sent by mistake or unintentionally. So that's what the police should also do. I mean, they should first confirm whether this is a real case by calling the person, and they will also receive the data, the location, the mobile number of the person who screamed help. So they can call the person first and confirm if it was unintentionally, or it was if they are seriously in danger.
So, for example, if you are using a button-based device or your application where a person can scream, SOS will go to police. Police will take time in coming there. Okay, that is the problem. Are you getting my point?
Yeah, sir, I'm getting. Although I don't think that would take much time, because usually police is not even informed when such thing happens. So when the SOS is sent to the control room can immediately share the details with the patrolling vans. I'm not sure about other cities, but at least in Chandigarh, we have ample number of patrolling vans around the city. And there's at least one patrolling van in one sector, so it won't be a big issue for the patrolling van to reach the location, I guess, at least in the big cities.
Okay. And what stage you are in? Is your app ready? Oh, you mentioned already. Okay, 1,500 people using it.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. That's all from my side.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Team Shield. We can continue with Mango Tech. They are back. So,
Sure.
Mango Tech, you can continue your presentation.
Yeah, can you see my video
Yes, you are visible.
and audio? Is it
Yes, you're on.
okay? Do you have a screen sharing option? Uh, the okay. Can you see the screen?
Yes, it is visible.
Yeah, so we are developing software for helping dyslexia students and early diagnosis software for Alzheimer's disease. Yeah, can you see the slides?
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So the for dyslexia, autism, and ADHD students have problem in reading and comprehending text. This causes poor grades and also becomes worse in later stage of education. and even in professional life. According to Dyslexia Association, dyslexia students can improve their reading if someone guides them in understanding concept, but it is time consuming for teachers to guide each student. Also, in rural areas, students don't have facilities. Around 15% of old people suffer from Alzheimer's disease. Currently, early diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease are not available, and only when disease becomes severe, patients go to treatment. So our solution is we have developed two software. The Dyslexia AI software, it generates automatic summary and extracts important concepts from document, and this helps dyslexia students in reading and comprehending text. So our AI is unsupervised learning, and it doesn't require manual labeling. And so we can apply to any kind of document like engineering, commerce. Our software is a low cost solution, and for Alzheimer AI software, our AI detects changes in protein level of images of PET scans of brain. So these abnormal changes in levels can show early signs of Alzheimer's disease. We have developed our patent pending
Sorry,
algorithm.
sorry to interrupt, Mango Tech. Your slide is stuck. We cannot see the solution part.
Yeah.
Can you see now? Can you see solution?
Yeah, now I can see it. Yes, thanks.
Okay, so should I start again? Solution slide.
You can proceed. You can proceed from here.
Oh, okay. So we have developed a patent pending algorithm which is unsupervised learning, and it is faster than supervised AI, and it doesn't require manual things. Our AI is innovative, and we are even in US and Europe, it is not available. So market size, dyslexia, autism, and ADHD market is 30 billion US dollar, and Alzheimer's market is 24 billion US dollar. So our business model is for dyslexia software, we sell to schools and students directly for monthly rate and annual rate. And Alzheimer's software we also sell for hospital, clinics, old age homes. So this is our screenshot. Can you see the slide?
Again, it's not moving.
We are on the solution slide.
Can you see now?
Yes.
Okay. So you can see we can paste any text, any kind of PDF document, any kind of book here, and the sentence will get highlighted. Important concepts will get highlighted, or we can generate also summary. So I will show the in next slide. Can you see this slide?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can see the text gets highlighted, important concepts. The AI actually highlights these concepts, so it's easy for people to read and understand, and they don't have to read entire document. So this is what our dyslexia software does, and Alzheimer detection, it detects the images of PET scans. So are you seeing this slide?
Yes.
Yeah, so you can see the different images, and AI can detect the changes in the color and shape. And market traction is we have got sales of 18 lakhs since 3 months launch, and we have got 14 partnerships with schools in Mumbai and Pune and Ratnagiri. For Parkinson's disease software, we have got 8 lakh sales and 3 partnership in hospitals. Our competitive analysis, unique value proposition and competitive analysis, we have developed patent pending algorithm which is unsupervised, and it doesn't require manual labeling. Our team experience, we have founded a software company with my brother, and it's we are based in Ratnagiri, Maharashtra, and our revenue is 65 lakhs. Okay, so that was it.
Sure. Shashank, do you have any questions if you want to go first?
Yeah, you can proceed.
Sure. So on the two propositions where schools are your clients, I just wanted to understand how the technology works there. What part of the school journey do your technology elements sit in, and how does it exactly help in detection when you sell to a school?
So I'll show the screenshot. Can you see the slide?
Yeah.
So it's actually for students of dyslexia or any kind of students suffering from that, or even any student can use this text. So normally when we read any kind of book or any text, we have to read the entire book to understand entire page to understand the concept, but it takes too much time, and especially dyslexia students, they have a problem in understanding text. So if you highlight these kind of important sentences, important concepts, like we in school we used to underline by pencil, like manually, but but this stuff, it gets done by computer software. So anyone can upload the book, research paper, any kind of document, even news, and it will get highlighted, and even we can generate summary, so you don't have to read entire uh, research paper, entire book. So if it's a 5-page long book or 5-page long text, you can easily do skimming, I mean fast reading, and this helps in reading. So it's actually useful for all kinds of students, dyslexia or even normal students.
And how does the software help in early detection, that part of the
It's
proposition?
yeah, it's for Alzheimer detection. It's not
Yeah.
for school. So like we take the CT scans or PET scans, and put convert it into the images, and then we get the check color and shape detection, and if there's any abnormal change, it detects those.
And this tool, who uses this tool?
This tool uses doctors, clinics, hospitals.
And are there how is this happening prior to this tool? Are there any other tools also that they typically use in the market?
No, actually, this is done by manually doctors. So they check manually symptoms. So it's Alzheimer is like dementia.
Yeah.
So it's like people when they forgot their memory, they don't can't do everyday activities. But when they understand that there's some problem, when they go to doctors, and it becomes too much late. So this can give you fast early diagnosis.
Got it. But the tool is deployed once someone visits a doctor, or can people use the tool by themselves also?
No, currently we haven't developed for people. It's for hospitals. It's actually for village, rural areas. So
Understood.
doctors can easily detect those images.
Understood. Understood. And one last point from my side is on the dyslexia side, are there any impact stories that you can talk about? Any measured impact on students that have started using this? How has their life changed? What do they see after they start using the tool as key changes?
Yeah, we have actually got in partnership with a local disabled specific school. Uh, it's Navnirman school. So we got a good response from the students who were suffering from dyslexia and ADHD.
Got it. Sure. Shashank, over to you.
Yeah, so I have only one question left. Most of them are answered already. So there are many AI softwares available which can summarize the text, right? So what unique does the Alzheimer's students need that you are providing, or it's similar to the other?
Our software is unsupervised. So like there are summarized software, but it requires manually you have to put all the text on it, and only then it will get trained. But it consumes a lot of time. So our algorithm is such that it doesn't require much manual stuff. So also the lots of summarizer AI are available, but they only can perform in limited areas like a small news section or one or two page summary. But that's not even accurate because it doesn't consider other it can't consider important sentences. So what
How
how
your
they work
software
is like,
exactly works? Like as you said,
yeah,
others are there is a lot of manual work,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Oh, you are doing it.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm asking how you are doing it without manual work.
It's unsupervised. Like there are two kind of AI: supervised and unsupervised. So we don't require. It's actually in NLP.
Okay.
It's like normally in supervised you have to take lots of GB data and put in the AI algorithm. Use some AI algorithm like binary search or tree algorithm, and then you get some result. Then when you have to always update the algorithm to match the accuracy. So if you didn't do this uh, every day, so it won't be accurate. Maybe even it will show wrong sentences. So our this process of manual labeling, it doesn't occur. We take like our algorithm considers like the popular sentences, popular words in the in the sentence. Then it will provide the weightage to each kind of each word, each sentence. Then it will provide weightage to paragraph, different paragraph, and we have put a developed a database such that it this all these weightages are linked, and you get the result. You get accurate result.
Okay, thanks for the nice explanation.
Thank you, sir.
That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Mango Tech. So we can move on with our next team, Infinity X Innovations. Please raise your hand. You are not audible.
Hello, am I audible now?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Thank you. So I'll start now. I'm Satyam from
Satyam, your voice is very low. Can you please come a bit closer to the mic?
Okay. Is this helping?
Yeah, now it's a bit better.
Okay, thank you. Hello everyone. I'm Satyam from Infinity X Innovations. Today through my pitch, I'll be speaking about what we are doing, why we are doing, and our journey. So what we are doing is we are making EV charging faster and cheaper than petrol fueling. So to make this happen, we are building stations that can charge electric vehicles in a matter of seconds, and these stations can serve any vehicular platform, two-wheelers, three-wheelers, etc. So the way this works is that instead of a customer coming and waiting at our station for several hours for the EV to be charged, all he has to do is take a cable and connect it to his EV. Now all the discharged battery cells from the EV's battery pack will be pulled out through the cable and be replaced by fully charged battery cells from the station. The entire process takes 30 to 40 seconds, and his EV is fully charged and ready to continue on his journey. And in the same way, we can swap 40 cells from a scooter, we can swap 50 from a bike, 60 from a bigger bike, 80 from an auto, 200 from a car, etc. So our stations are a perfect alternative to the petrol pumps, which can serve any vehicle in a matter of seconds. And this will not just be a physical separation of the batteries from the vehicle, but also a separation of ownership. We'll be giving these battery packs at zero upfront cost in exchange for a monthly subscription, which will come down to around 1 rupee per kilometer for a scooter, which when compared to an Activa costs around 2.6 rupees per kilometer. And the customer also gets 60% cheaper cost. The plus the upfront cost will be decreased since the batteries are free, since EV batteries are the biggest cost component in an EV, and the charging times will be cut down from several hours to just 15 to 30 seconds. And there will also not be any concern of whether after 5 to 6 years down the line the customer has to replace the entire pack after it is degraded, because we'll be owning the packs and we'll be replacing them. So why we are doing this is because today everyone wants to switch from fossil fuels to EVs, especially the business customers. Even the Indian government wants to ban the sale of ICE to two-wheelers by 2030, but we can't do so due to due to firstly the high cost, and secondly the long charging time of EVs. And this is especially evident for the business customers, wherein every hour that the EV spent charging is this in lost revenue for the customer, for the business. Also, the huge upfront cost of these EVs with, is a huge operational cost for these businesses which are looking to buy EVs in this hundreds and thousands of quantity for their fleets. This is where we come in, and this is the segment that we want to target first. Companies such as Grofers, eBay, Goaiku, all of these have several thousands of EVs, and the biggest advantage with this target segment is that they have 10 to 25 vehicles at every location. So the way we can partner with them is that we convert all these vehicles to our network, and we set up a battery swapping station right next to their hub. And every time these vehicles come back to the hub, they can swap the batteries. Hence we don't need a complete network of stations to start with, but we can start with just one single station. And once we have set up 100 stations at least in a city through such partnerships, we can open the network to normal consumers. Now coming to our journey, we are a team of 4 from Cambridge Institute of Technology, Bangalore. I had founded this startup when I was in second year of engineering. Back then I was working on building autonomous drone docking stations, and we had gone quite further with that. And since then I have pivoted and worked through building helmet sensors for bounce and Vogo bikes, also working on building electronics brands. My teammates Shoaib and Shrihari are from mechanical department of the same college. We are working on building the prototype. Varun also is my classmate. He has 2 years experience working with An Academy, leading the K-12 testing of the Prodigy tests. Our current status is we have completed the first full-scale prototype, and we have raised around 15 to 20 lakhs all through grants and through international prize winnings. Now we will soon be opening our first pre-seed round, and we'll be looking to launch the product in the month of March or April. Thank you. I'm open to questions.
Okay, Apurv, you can proceed.
Sure. Thanks, Shashank. Great, Satyam. Thanks for covering this. I think again, this is a relevant problem, one of the key barriers in the adoption of EV, especially in a commercial context. So the one thing I wanted to understand is what is the interoperability of this solution. So my understanding is that there are cells that are linked to a battery management system. Those BMS tools and softwares are proprietary technology of the OEM, the company that manufactures this. So why will or is there a way of getting access to those systems, replacing those cells using your technology?
Yeah. So
sorry, I have a question related to this, so you can answer all together. So which kind of EVs are using that kind of batteries which you show in the demo?
Yes, sir. So we are building the battery packs as well as the station. So in this order for an EV to be charged within 30 seconds from our station, it has to use our battery packs that are being made by us. But the advantage here is that OEMs are willing to partner with us for the supply of these battery packs, because most OEMs in India today don't make their own battery pack. If you take out Ola and Ather from the seat, the battery pack in terms of a group of cells, and we can swap 40 cells, 50 cells, 60, 100, any combination.
Yeah, that is very comprehensive. Shashank, over to you.
So yeah, one last question. What is your plan of installing the plan or a strategy of installing the swapping stations? You will be tying up with some companies, or you will be setting up your own stations?
Yeah, so we already have interest in terms of people wanting to tie up with us. But for the first phase, we'll be looking to own and operate all of these stations ourselves for the first 100 stations. And then after that, we will look into other models.
So for that, you need everything to set up the station.
Yeah.
Land and everything.
Yeah.
Okay, space, everything. Okay. Okay, that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Team Infinity X. So Vineet sir is back with us. We can move on with our next team. Team Soctra, please raise your hand.
Since Vineet is back, I will be taking a couple of minutes break here. I will be joining you soon.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
I actually had a very quick question for Satyam, Infinity X. While I've not heard the pitch, Satyam interacted with you before. Just wanted to check if any updates on, if any, like how does the team look like right now?
Yeah, so the team has grown by one person. We have hired one operations head. He had 2 years experience from an academy, and he's taking care of the operations now. And from next week, I'll be shifting to just fundraising.
Got it. Yeah.
Okay, so our next team, Team Soctra, please raise your hand.
Hi guys, can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. So hi, my name is Jeffrey Titus, and I'm the founder and CEO of Soctra, and I'm joined here with my team members, Chanchal and Dheeraj. So let me share my screen quickly. Can you guys see our screen?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
All right, great. So essentially, as per a recent report, we found out that we spend roughly 2 months in time and attached income each year engaging on social media platforms. But sadly, in return, we do not get any ROI of our precious time except entertainment. So we spotted an opportunity and we wanted to change that. So what we did is we explored and did a research and found out that there's a huge internet user base in India, which is hooked onto social media and mobile gaming apps. And with continued COVID waves, unfortunately, coming through, this app consumption is only going to increase. For the brands, the hard cash monetary ROI instrument currently available for their digital marketing spend is largely the bottom line sales. But then it takes time and often the wait is pretty long. And also their old and discontinued campaigns, they rarely yield any monetary earnings for them. So here that we found a space for us, which is Soctra. So we're creating a unique, innovative and unprecedented marketplace, which is based on the social media engagements of users and brands. So for the first time ever, users will get an opportunity to earn from their engagement on social media platforms. The biggest USP of our app will be that the listed stocks or the units or stock rates, as we're calling them, will mostly go up, but rarely go down. And this is because the comprehensive social media accounts either remains the same or it goes up, it rarely goes down. So we also remain open throughout the year. The opportunity that we'll give to the brands is that they'll have an opportunity to earn monetary ROI, hard cash monetary ROI through strategic partnerships from their old or discontinued campaigns or the new digital marketing campaigns due to the trading activity on an application. Then also benefit from the additional brand awareness on our application. Our TAM is 366 million mobile gamers, which corresponds to $1 billion USD. But we understand that it's more than aspirational figure. Hence, our SAM, which is the achievable market, is committed gamers. between the age group of 25 to 44 years, which accounts to about 100 million gamers. And 50% of these gamers are engaged in strategy and casual, which is the closest aligned gaming category for our application. And that translates to 1 billion in USD. Finally, the SOM for us translates to the committed gamers who are downloading multiple times a day, multiple apps by watching advertisements on other gaming apps. So that translates to about the SOM for us, which is the 11 million users and corresponds to $100 million USD potential through a period of time. To take you quickly through the app logistics and how we will list the brands and how it will go through is that we'll consolidate the empaneled brands total likes, share, views, comment figures, and our algorithm will convert it into a unit value. So each brand will get a unit value, which will be traded upon the application users. And then we're using the IP levers and IP protection, trademark, copyrights, and patent. Hopefully, we'll also be gathering further. We'll galvanize the application as well. I'll move over to my advisor to talk about the revenue model.
Since Octra is a gamified trading app, we have multiple avenues to earn revenue. In the initial coins issue or the units issue that we do, we'll get baseline capital from it, and we'll also have float funds from the traders or the gamers involved. For every transaction, we will either have a minimal brokerage fee, like a fixed brokerage of maybe 20 INR or a percentage of a transaction, whichever is higher, or the user can opt for a membership plan and avoid brokerage fees if they are regular users and transact more often. We intend to make it a freemium app and then boost it up with in-app purchase options and banner ads of third-party brands.
Correct. We've taken a very, I would like to call it a disaster scenario of projection in terms of revenue, where our users are currently only or would be only the SOM base, which are influenced by ads on other apps, and they download and use our apps. Of that user base, we've divided between 70% and 30%. 70% who will only trade once a month, mind you, once a month. That's it. And 30% who are our favorites will download at least 3 times a month. Using that kind of a scenario, we're looking at a 5-year cumulative revenue of about 1.2 CR and then a longer term potential revenue for about 24 CRs.
Sorry to interrupt, but sir, your time is over. Can you wrap it up quickly?
Sure. Just have a couple of slides talking about the marketing. We'll be largely engaged in YouTube, social media marketing, engaging with influencer marketing, and also eventually down the line we'll probably partner with the brands to give us a share of space in their own marketing campaigns as well. That's just my team, so they have substantial experience in the BFSI and the investment space. Thank you.
We're open for questions.
Super. Thank you so much for the pitch. That was great. One of the things I wanted to understand more on the thought process behind building this is most people take to social media to unwind and get away from work, right? And if you're then obviously helping them monetize that time also is a very big opportunity. But purely from a consumer behavior point, like mindset, right? Would people want to do it, or would people be just like, let me just spend time relaxing rather than thinking about money or making money again?
Correct. So I'll take that up. So you're right. People mostly go online and do unwind and stuff like that. But then they do not realize that there is an opportunity like this sitting at the moment, which can also give them, while they're watching a series or while they're liking a YouTube ad or a YouTube video or a Facebook post, that is actually getting money in their pockets. So we're actually encouraging them to spend more time online and engaging on there. And if they want to do that spending, they're free to use our application.
Another point I would like to add, it's not about the user himself spending time on unwinding and then converting it, monetizing it. We are also giving an opportunity for a user to monetize the time spent by all other subscribers. So the units being traded are based on social media activity of all the users on social media, not just the person who's trading. So in a way, I'll be benefiting from the time that other people have spent.
Correct. It's a very novel concept. We ourselves spend a lot of time understanding the nuances of it. So we understand if it takes time to absorb.
Yeah.
Got it. So it is taking some time to observe. So I'll and we can always take it offline if the other two judges are clear about it. But I want to understand what is being traded here. So if there is, like say, if I'm doing some activity, what are the units here essentially?
Okay, so the units are it's exactly like, so for lack of a better example, understand, to put parity, it is simulation of a stock market. So, but we are converting all those likes, all those views, all those comments, the numbers of that. Our algorithm is converting that and giving it a unit value. So, using a patented algorithm, we're going to be arriving at a consolidated value, which is going to be like a unit or a share, for lack of a better word. So that share or that unit, we're calling it stock rates. So those stock rates will be traded.
I see. So in, let's say, now using the same parallel of stocks, for example, if there's an underlying value to it. In this case, what would be the underlying? Like, I understand likes, comments, engagement has that underlying value, right? But I mean, so like say there is a post that, like say, HUL has come up, for example, and there are 15,000 people who've liked it, 2,000 who've commented on it. So based on that, your algorithm has created, like say, one Socrate coin, right? Now, why will someone trade? I mean, what is the motivation to trade?
The same motivation why you would trade on a stock market. But to answer your question in a serious way, the people who are, they'll not be motivated to trade because someone has come up on that. If they're already trading, the value of the current trade would just go up by those percentage numbers as soon as the new post has come up. And also the fact that this, as I said, the USP of our application is that because we're taking comprehensive life to date numbers, it would either go up or remain the same during a period of time. It'll rarely go out or down, because the numbers of social media counts, likes, views, they either remain the same or they go up, but they'll never go down unless if you close out a channel altogether, a platform, which rarely happens.
Got it. Thank you.
Sorry, one more thing I want to add. As you said, what is the underlying security that we are trading? See, as we are moving from more solid or hardware securities to more digitized or demat things, our time that we are spending or social media engagement is supposed to have some value. So we are trying to monetize that value into a unit and then trade on it. Users will know which brands are likely to have better social media engagement, and therefore their prices will definitely go up in long run or short run, and they can have those objectives accordingly, investment objectives. It will be more like a game, a trading come gaming sort of a platform. That's what we are envisioning. So it will be not a very, what should I say, serious kind of trade involved, like only securities market, but it will definitely have all the compliances in place for AML and for money and for consumers and everything. You know, all compliances have to be in place because it's people's money after all. But it will be more a gamified application.
Got it. Thank you.
Sure. One thing that I wanted to understand was, so in the trade, which are the two parties that engage in the trade, and is there some brand involvement in that process also, or do brands stay out of it typically?
No, they're very much involved because we would like them to be partnered with us. So as part of wider logistics, we would like to partner with them and give them a share of the credit for those trading brokerages that we earn initially. And then maybe down the line, when we become very popular, we probably have brands lining to our door.
No, but in a transaction, the brand is not involved. In a transaction, there'll be a buyer and a seller.
Correct.
We'll be like the exchange.
Correct.
Understood. And in terms of, so I understand the brokerage revenue stream for you, it might kick in upfront or eventually. Is there any brand link monetization that you're immediately thinking of starting, or how do you think about monetization from the brand side of the business?
From the brand side, that's what he mentioned. Initially, we might have to share our revenue with the brands to be able to enlist them and avoid any kind of objections from them for using their goodwill or whatever they can call it. But later on, as the app popularizes, all the brands would like to see what their social media rating is, how it is behaving, and how their ROI is coming from social media marketing spend. So later on, maybe we can charge them for empaneling them. But in the beginning, I don't see it directly happening. In the beginning, the capital stream will be generated from the initial stock rates that we'll be listing. For example, we'll have a finite stock rates. We cannot have an infinite number of units. So the first listing that we do for all the brands that we are going to choose, like top 50 or top 30, that will be our initial capital generation. That will help us to thrust it forward.
Understood. Sure. No, those are two things I wanted to just quickly understand. Shashank, over to you.
So I'm sorry, actually, I didn't get a chance to listen to the presentation completely.
I can go again.
So it's okay for me, and the organizers can consider the average of Apurv and Vineet score for this startup from my side.
Sure. In that case, one quick question follow up from my side will be, so do you plan to have a separate app for this that people will be using, or is there a way of what's the app strategy for you? Will this be a separate platform that people will be expected to go on?
It will be an app. It will be a gaming app. Yeah.
It's an application, yes. So we already, as we said, we showed the UI mockups that we're ready, and we're currently exploring building the actual application. So for which we need funding, because the extent and the complexity of the application is so much that it involves gathering a lot of data from social media platforms and then publishing it out and then making sure that it's a secure environment to work in. Yeah. All that requires a bit of funding.
And is there no way of doing this as a plugin on the existing social media platform itself? Basically, I wanted to understand, will the user have to come to a different tab, and that is when the user journey will start, or
yes. Yes, because if we plug it in maybe in YouTube or in Instagram, how will it consolidate of all the social media applications that we want to use, and how will we ensure that the money being spent is coming to us and not going to YouTube or Twitter, or the money has to be spent on buying coins, and which in turn will be used to trade units on the app. So it will be a separate app.
The brand visibility would be from YouTube ads and Facebook ads.
Yeah, so but we will be using social media apps. Yeah, correct.
Sure. No, those were things I wanted to cover. A very innovative idea, and thanks for covering the details.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Team Soctra. We can move on with our next team. Team CC5, please raise your hand.
So is our slides visible?
Yes, it is visible.
So hello everyone, I am Pradeep, co-founder of CC5. CC5 is a company which tends to create student become a learner. In our definition, a student is the one who attends any educational institute, and a teacher or any instructor teaches him. But for us, a learner is the one who actually learns something from those teachers or any aspect of his life. We found some problems which stops a student become a learner. These problems are basically lack of knowledge. Students don't actually know what about their career opportunities and everything, how to learn basically. And next,
sorry, we can't hear you, Pradeep.
am I audible?
Yes,
you are.
Sorry about the interruption. So I was talking about the problems of the student that stop them become a learner. So third problem, that is there are no expert advices for the students in towns and rural areas, and students don't actually know their interest, in which field they are interested in to pursue their career. So we found some solutions for these problems. First is seminars. CC5 plan to go in schools and conduct seminars on various different topics. Like their topics will vary from like sex education, from or every other thing, topics like money management and other topics. Next we have workshop. In the workshop we will give them the practical field of any field that they want to work in, like workshop will be related on like CPR workshop or many things like this. And technocrates is an annual event which will be given for free to students, in which they will participate in a 7-day free workshop, and it will be followed by a stage event and certificates. So what makes our idea unique is that we are concerned with first rural town and small town areas students, and that we try to solve the problems of the education system which are completely ignored by our system, and we give practical feel of everything. And we no other institution or any other company is out there which is doing that work on the ground level that we are planning to do. So in our market potential, if we see, there are many students for 9 to 12 standard which we are planning to do. As of our experience, we managed to get 100 plus participants for Technocrats 2021 from just 10 schools in our neighborhood. We started doing from October 2021, and Technocrats 2021 was organized in December 25th. So our future plans is that starting from Agra, we are currently in Agra started. We plan to set up at least 10 workshops all over the district. So especially so that the rural town and the small town areas students can come there. They should be in their reach. Visit as many schools as we can and give at least one seminar in every school. Connect as many students with us as we can. Hire teams of experts for workshops and seminar. Like if we are giving a workshop on CPR, then he should be an expert on that field. He should be a doctor or any medical professional for these works. And organize technocrats every year bigger than the last one. Our progress so far, we have reached 15 plus students, 15 plus schools, and we have managed to get 500 plus students. And we have organized one technocrats event with 1,000 plus audience. The audience consists of many politicians and businessmen and schools, principals, teachers, and other students. So these are some glimpses of Technocrats 2021. These were our classes. Basically, we taught about them Arduino. The teams was 100 plus students participate in Technocrat 2021, out of which only 20 students were selected for workshops, and they were taught about Arduino, and how basically it was given so that they can get an interest about what Arduino is, or if they want to pursue their career in robotics or any other field, they can do. So there are some glimpses of technocrats, like it is the exam and this is the stage event that we are talking about. So thank you. Is there any question? We are open for it.
So can I go first?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
So thank you, Pradeep. So every school is organizing workshops and seminars and events, and how different you are, and from where you are getting those experts and mentors?
So first question, that every school is organizing, it is actually not true on the rural basis and town basis. If we go like in the high schools in the main cities that are situated, yeah, they are organizing workshops, but not in the towns where students don't actually have labs. Then workshop is like premium, that is luxury for them, workshops. So we are planning to do for the towns and its rural areas, and we plan to get experts from like every field. We plan to hire them, like for every workshop there will be a different person, different expertise, and we will hire them according to basis of, and from the colleges or from the practitioners.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is our
But
idea.
there are so many companies doing similar kind of thing, giving seminars and workshops in the school, even in the rural areas. So what is your USP, and can you please elaborate a bit more about your team?
So our team consists of, like, we are students from IITs and NITs. I am currently third year from IIT Guwahati, and we have Sare Khan. Can you introduce yourself, my team? This is available here.
Yeah, myself Sare Khan, and I'm also.
And my name is Deveshkar, and I am from NIT Durgapur, second year BTech Chemical Engineering.
So these were our teams.
And how you are distinguishing yourself from the other companies providing similar services?
So we have seen, like, from our experience and that we have experienced, no company, such company have visited our schools or that schools we are visited. This idea was very new to them. So we are sure there is no company doing that work on that ground level that we are planning to do. That actually makes us unique, and we haven't seen any company visit our school or any other schools.
Okay, over to you, Apurv or Vineet. You can continue.
Sure. Sure. I wanted to understand. So, when you partner with a school, do students pay for the workshops that you conduct, or what's the monetization model there, or does the school partner with you and help you arrange for both logistics and pays for it also?
Like for workshop, student pay, and for seminars, school authorities pays. These are our revenue models till now. So we have an idea, like we set up a workshop in Agra. We are planning to set up 10 workshops. So we go to a school and we propose them, like if we set up a workshop in your building, in your school, then we will, for the workshop, your student will be taught free about that, whatever depend. But इससे क्या मतलब, their benefit is that they will be promoted on the Agra level, in the district level, that yeah, this school is conducting workshop for open to all, not for their just student. So this is our model, like workshop, for workshop student will pay, and for seminars school authorities will pay.
Understood. And have you, how many of these workshops and seminars have you already conducted so far?
So we have conducted 20 plus seminars and one workshop that I introduced about Technogrades that we have conducted. And after Technogrades 2021, 5 plus schools approached us for workshops. Like they were interested in doing workshop with us. So from next month we are planning to approach their schools and planning their workshop. And about these Technogrades and everything we have conducted, we haven't spent a penny from our side. Everything was sponsored from schools and from academies, etc.
Understood. And are these physical workshops that were being conducted, and especially in the current scenario, is there a way of taking this digital also? Are schools interested in that?
So right now we plan to do everything practically. So digital, like the way we interact with the student, can't be done digitally. So we plan to do physical workshops in the schools or in our buildings.
Understood. Sure. Those were my questions. Vineet, over to you. Any questions that you might have?
Super. A quick question, Pradeep, and thank you so much for the presentation. Why do you think why don't schools do it themselves? And why is there a need for a third party to do it?
Like there is a very interesting story about it. Like when last year in 2020 and 2021, we were like visiting our old school friends. And when we ask them, what are you doing? They say, we are doing this BSc or anything. But we ask them one more question, okay, why are you doing this? So they have no idea why are they doing. So our plan was to introduce student about everything that is in the market, in the workspace, or everything they can do. But then we found a problem, like, okay, we gave seminars and we taught them about 5 things. But still they have no idea what they have to do. So we planned workshop to develop an interest in them. So these 5 things, if you want to try them, so take a 7-day workshop. If you are interested, you can pursue this as your career. So plan of workshop was this.
Got it. Thank you. All clear.
Any questions?
No, I think we are good.
Thanks.
Okay. So thank you, Team CC5. We can move on with our next team. Team Aja Automobile. Please raise your hand.
Hello, sir.
Hi, team.
Yeah, is my slide visible?
Yes.
Okay. So, let me start. Yeah. Hello, everyone. We are from the team Aja Automobile, and our motto is fast and fair, let Aja take care. These are the things that I'll be talking about today. Who are we? First of all, we are second year engineering students from YMCA Faridabad. And we started this startup in July of 2021. And Aja is a full stack roadside service and maintenance solution provider across the automotive after sales ecosystem. Now, what does this complicated line mean? It basically means that whenever you purchase a bike, whenever you purchase a scooty, whenever you purchase a car, you want your vehicle to be serviced, you want your vehicle to be repaired. That's where we come into the picture. We send a mechanic to your doorstep. If the vehicle repairs and services are minor, the vehicle can be serviced and repaired at the doorstep itself. If they are major, the mechanic will take the vehicle to the workshops, get it repaired, and drop it off to your homes. As of now, we have 20 plus mechanics registered with us and 500 plus customers. These are all in the city of Faridabad alone. We are currently in the stages of prototyping. Now, the less number of mechanics that we have with us are very significant because all the mechanics that we have registered with us are very loyal to us. These are the mechanics that we can call them at 1 a.m. at the night and they will go to service the customers. This is one of the major reasons that we have kept the number of mechanics low and we have kept the quality of them high. Because we also provide roadside assistance. For example, if you're traveling at night and your car breaks down, you want a mechanic to come to you as quickly as possible. And if the mechanics are not loyal to a brand, they won't go to you. And that's why we have only kept the number to 20. Now, this is our team. I am Ridyansh, Kushal is our CEO, Mohak is our CTO, Mohan manages marketing, and Akashdeep manages technology. Mr. Aditya Arora, who is an angel investor from the FARD networks, is a mentor as of now. Now, let's look at our sales. As of now, we have 569 customers in the city of Faridabad. 74 customers have opted for a yearly subscription plan. Our yearly subscription costs 1,000 rupees per year. The customer retention rate is 91% in 2021 to 2022, which basically signifies from the time we started in July of 2021 till date, we have made a profit of 2,08,853 rupees. And the revenue generated in this period is 2,61,202 rupees. The revenue breakdown is given as the following. We charge 15% from the labor cost of mechanic. For example, suppose you want to change your battery and the battery cost is 3,000 rupees. So the mechanic will come to your home. He will take 3,300 rupees. The 300 rupees is the labor cost. We charge 15% from that labor cost or basically 45 rupees. The second highest contributor to our revenue is the subscription. And the least significant part of our revenue is the customers. We charge 2% as a customer fees or as a convenience fees. This number has been kept low due to a reason as we want to gain more and more customers. And as we grow and gain a lot of customers and a lot of traction, we'll increase this number and our revenue from the customers will grow as well. Now let us look at the problems that are faced. One touch facility is not available to book a car repair or a service. There is a non-availability of repair service in many parts across India. There is a problem in finding exact location of the mechanic. There is a long waiting time for mechanics, wherein if you want to get your car serviced or repaired, you'll have to wait around 5 to 6 hours at the workshop before you can do so. It is very time consuming. It costs a lot of your money. There are a lot of inexperienced mechanics who, instead of fixing your car, make the situation of your car worse. We come into the picture. We provide an all-in-one facility for car repair and service. In the future, as we grow, we're also thinking of selling spare parts to our application. This is our service portfolio. We provide one-to-one customer service. We provide monthly reminders for vehicle servicing through our mobile application. We provide a one-touch, on-demand, GPS-enabled mobile application, wherein you just need to click 3 times and a repair will be scheduled and the mechanic will come to your location. The location is tracked through a geocode API that we have installed in our application. We provide proper billing to all the customers. We provide a personalized profile for all of your vehicles, wherein you can track your last service, you can track the tire pressure, and all these things. We also upload blogs on the latest news for car enthusiasts on our mobile application as well as on our website. This keeps the attention time on our mobile application very high. Now let us look at why Aja. We provide a quick service within 15 minutes. The main reason that we provide 15-minute service is because we have mechanics in very small radiuses, so they can go to the customer as quickly as possible. We provide an all-in-one facility for vehicle repair, servicing in a single mobile application. And as we grow, we'll gain a lot more customers, and hence the mechanics will be able to cater to a large amount of customers, and this will increase their income more and more. Let us look at our business model. The channels through which we cater to our customers are our mobile application, website, and a WhatsApp business account. Our key partners are the mechanics and the workshops. The costs that we'll have to incur will mainly be on the technology setup, the salary to our employees, and the advertisement. We'll have to spend a lot of money on advertisement as we'll have to gain more and more traction and take Aja to all the customers across India. This is a growth story. We started on 9 July 2021. In August, we started mechanic on-call service, wherein we provided a helpline number to the customers and they could call that helpline number and get a mechanic to their doorsteps. In September, we had 10 plus mechanics. In October, we built our mobile application. We launched the website. The application and website were built by Mohak Gupta. In November, our app downloads crossed 100 plus on the Play Store. And in December, we have acquired our first 424 customers. As of now, we are focused on providing quality service in the city of Faridabad alone. And once we get to 3,500 or 3,000 customers in the city of Faridabad, then we'll think of expanding to Delhi, Noida, and other regions. The future plans.
Sorry for interrupting, but your time is over. Can you wrap it up quickly?
Okay, thank you. The future plans. The cities that we're targeting are the metro cities, hill stations, tourist spots, and places where there is a poor service availability. In the future, we are also looking at providing automobile insurance and also of providing high quality spare parts as we'll gain and register a lot more workshops throughout India. We're also looking at certifying mechanics wherein we will conduct workshops and provide them with a certificate which they can show to workshops and get employed at the workshops. These are some of the testimonials from our customers. At the end, I would like to say that if we get the right funding, if we get the right mentorship, we'll be easily able to do 70 to 75 lakhs of revenue in the years from 2022 to 2023. These are all the ways through which you can contact us. Our website is mentioned, our phone number, our email, and our LinkedIn. This is the QR code through which you can scan and download our application on the Play Store. And our application will also launch on the App Store in around 1 to 1.5 weeks. Thank you so much. At the end, I would like to say, fast and fair, let Aja take care. Thank you.
Great pitch. Thanks for covering a lot of details in the 5-minute slot that you had. So
thank you, sir.
Great job there. There are a few things I wanted to understand better. One is, do you operate as a gig platform or are these mechanics?
It will also improve the reputation of various mechanics and their skill level, the credibility.
Understood. Sure. Thanks for covering that. Shashank, Vineet, over to you.
So, in the remote areas, right now you are serving only the tier 1, right?
Yeah.
But as you explained, how will you ensure the delivery of a mechanic in 15 minutes?
Yeah. So, sir, basically, we are capturing mechanics in very small radiuses. In the city of Faridabad, we have 25 mechanics.
For now, I understood.
Yeah.
But what is your plan to scale this model?
So we'll have to do one thing is that we'll have to connect with as many local mechanics as possible. That's the thing that we can do to deliver the mechanics to the customers in 15 minutes or less. In the city of Faridabad, we have 25 mechanics and they are sufficient in the city of Faridabad. For example, there's one mechanic in sector 10, one in sector 15. We'll have to do the same thing in Delhi. We'll have to connect with a large amount of local mechanics to provide mechanics in 15 minutes or less.
Okay, coming to the on-road service, everything cannot be serviced on road, right?
Yes.
Most of the time we need to tow the car. So how you are doing that?
Sir, as of now, there was not a single case where we had to tow the car. So we have not looked into that perspective, but we'll surely look into it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so I can go next. I think coincidentally, back when I was in college, I built the same thing, a company called Motorhood, which we scaled up to a certain extent, and I decided to change track. But why are you focusing on local mechanics? Because while the density is very high, the problem is number one, in their garages, it's mostly either one person or at the max 2 people, right? So it's very hard for them to go somewhere and spend time outside their garage, number one. Number two, they are not tech savvy enough that, let's say, you can digitize the end-to-end process. So that involves a service element for you. When a customer makes booking, you have to call them, so on and so forth, right? Are local mechanics the right TG? Or do you think you should change it to, like, say, authorized workshops?
Got it. So basically what I think is that you are right that mechanics are not that tech savvy, and hence as we grow, we'll have to go and register workshops as well. So that's the model that we'll have to do, and it will be one of the necessities that we'll have to do. Yes, sir.
So in that case, I'm not sure if you've heard of a company called Go Mechanic. They went the same route. They actually started with what you are exactly doing. And I had also started at the same time like they did. They went to the route that you now want to go, right? But
yes, sir.
It's still not scalable because even after you certify, like having people follow SLAs is very difficult because it's unorganized and fragmented. So this is not really a question. This is more of something you should think of and perfect before before launching the certification with, because Go Mechanic has started it. They're doing a very good job, by the way, but still there are concerns around scalability. So you might want to fix it. But yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yep, I think I don't have any other question. This was just more of a feedback to think of.
Okay, sure.
Thank you, team Aja Automobile. We can
Thank
move
you so
on
much.
with our next team. Team Cosby, please raise your hand.
Good evening, everyone. My screen is visible.
No, it is not visible.
Okay. I'm unable to share my screen.
If your team member can share the screen. Hello, Jatin, is there any problem?
Actually, I'm not able to share my screen.
If your team member can share the screen.
Am I audible? Just a minute. I can share the screen.
Yes, you are audible.
Jatin, I will be sharing the screen. You can start the pitch. Is my screen visible to you?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, fine.
Okay, sir. Can we start?
Yes, you can start.
Good evening, one and all present here. I, Jatin Sharma, along with my team members, Mr. Satvik Agarwal, Mr. Nisham, and Mr. Puneet, are here to demonstrate you all about a great online learning platform which would actually change the entire perspective of our society for online learning. Yes, this is Cosby, a better learning program. Students are in confusion these days. Confusion is just like cancer. It destroys the learning ability of the learner, thus creating a hindrance in their learning process. Let me tell you a fact. The course completion rate of the online learning platform is only 10 to 15%, which means the rest of the 85% of learners are unable to achieve the skill set which they wanted to. We are aware of various online learning platforms where a student can develop a bunch of skill set, but again, as we say, they are unable to do so. And the main reason behind this is these platforms do not provide a learning environment. They just throw the course material at us. There is no peer pressure, and most of the students take the wrong courses that are very different from the learning style they want. They spend most of their time about thinking which course to take, which platform to choose, who is the best instructor, and still unable to figure it out. New courses are coming every day on the
Sorry to
same
interrupt, but
topics.
your screen is not visible. Can you share it again?
Okay, sir. Actually, it's a network issue. Jitin, can you try to reshare your screen from your laptop?
Yes, sir. Sorry, actually, I'm not able to share my screen. I don't know what's the problem.
You can continue after some time. It's okay.
Okay, sir. Fine. Thank you.
So we are moving with our next team. Okay, so Harsh, are you there? You can now take over.
So, hello everyone. I'm Harsh. I'll be moderating now. So the next team is Pycard. You Pycard members can raise their hands, so we'll make them the. Okay. Just let me know when you start.
Hello, can we start?
Yes, you can.
Yeah. So, good afternoon. My name is Zvam, and we are the team of sophomores from IIT Guwahati to pitch our startup idea. Last year, when I was in Nainital on vacation with my friends, I faced this problem. When we visit a tourist place, it's natural that we want a souvenir, but finding that unknown thing in that unknown place can be a difficult task. I simply googled Nainital souvenir, which showed me a list of items and shops around 7 to 8 kilometers from my stay. And guess what? Food can be delivered and ordered from a restaurant 8 kilometers away, but I can't search and find a nice local souvenir that can be delivered at my hotel. Also, that was one problem that I faced. There are many other problems that present in us today's scenario, like local market, though still relevant, are losing out on market share due to direct competition with e-commerce giants. Many small businesses lack the expertise to take their venture online. Even when they do so, individual sites might not get much recognition. As for consumers, large percentage of them lack the complete trust in online e-commerce sites, which compared to the local stores. Also, they end up wasting a lot of time on searching a particular item on local market, as there is no means to check the availability of local status of the goods. With the ongoing pandemic, people are compelled to buy online, leading to a loss of customers for local vendors. This is where Pycard steps in. Over to your Kaksha.
We aim to build a hyper-local online network that would link the local stores in an area to the online infrastructure. Due to the close hyper-local structure, we can ensure faster door-to-door delivery. By providing a catalog updating the availability status of products, we will be saving time spent on searching in the market. Since the reviews will be from the local people of an area, they tend to be more genuine. For better recommendations, there will be a feature to follow your friend, wherein you can know about the other local stores your contacts have tried. Other premium features may include special discounts and offers. Now let's look at the proposed prototype of the user interface of Pycard. The UI is inspired by the best Neo Me feature of Uber. Now let's see how are we different from other startups. What makes us stand out as an e-commerce platform is the importance given to the sense of trust between the buyer and seller. A local resident who knows about the local stores in his or her town can continue to buy from their shop of choice and get it delivered to them. At the same time, a newcomer can make his or her shopping decisions based on the rating based review system in the platform. It also means easier returns and faster delivery speed thanks to the local nature of the shops. Over to you, Noel.
Coming to the business model of Pycard is a three-legged system consisting of the Pycard platform, the local buyers, and the businesses in their locality. The average Indian consumer prefers to shop at stores in their locality for their daily shopping needs. And taking this process online would only add to the convenience and at the same time preserve the benefit of trust and camaraderie that the buyers have with the local stores. On the other hand, the local businesses who lack the expertise to take their business online and consequently
Okay. Are you aware of any other competition coming into the this space except Dunzo and Dukan, as Vineet mentioned?
yeah, in the same domain, I don't think
in the hyperlocal domain,
Dunzo and
hyperlocal market.
I'm sorry.
In the hyperlocal market.
Yeah, like I've heard about. I think Flipkart Quick is one thing. They are only expanded to one city only, but the idea is same. They are they are trying to expand hyperlocally, but the domain is still groceries like Big Basket and like the other domains are not still covered. So we are targeting on that.
Okay, got it. That's all from my side. So Approv can continue.
Yeah, one point I wanted to understand was what is the commission typically, let's say as percentage of MRP, how much commission can you make and what's the cost of delivery in a hyperlocal manner that you'll end up incurring if you work that out?
So the delivery charges is still in ideation because we primarily believe that the cost of delivery in each area will be different. If it is in tier 1 city, obviously the cost will be more due to demand and supply. While we go in down tier 2, tier 3, delivery charges will be less. So the exact the pricing of the delivery charges is not yet decided. We are still optimizing that process. And as well as commission is going, till today we have decided to take a minimal charge as a percentage of the transaction as commission. Once we will become better or we will get more province, we will increase that. So the exact number is not yet to be
Sure.
reached.
Oh, that's fair. And will you charge the customer also for quick delivery?
Yes, sir. We are thinking of charging the customer for quick delivery.
Understood. No, great. I think some of the other points were already covered. So thanks for covering these additionally.
Thank you, sir.
No other questions from my side.
Is there any other questions?
No, I think we're good.
Okay.
Okay, so I guess now Cosby, you can once again try your pitch if the technical problems are solved.
Good evening, sir. Sorry for the technical glitch we had. I'm sharing my screen. Is my screen visible to all?
We can't see the presentation screen yet.
Oh, okay. Fine now, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. Jatin, you can go ahead.
Good evening, one and all present here. I, Jatin Sharma, along with my team members, Mr. Satvik Agarwal, Mr. Nisham, and Mr. Puneet, are here to demonstrate you all about a great online learning platform which would actually change the entire perspective of our society for online learning. Yes, this is Cosby, a better learning environment. Students are in confusion these days. Confusion is just like cancer. It destroys the learning ability of the learner, thus creating an hindrance in their learning process. Let me tell you a fact. The course completion rate of online learning platform is only 10 to 15%, which means the rest of 85% of learners are unable to achieve the skill set which they wanted to. We are aware of various online learning platforms where students can develop a bunch of skill set, but again, as we say, they are unable to do so. And the main reason behind this is these platforms do not provide a learning environment. They just throw the course material at us. There is no peer pressure, and most of the students take the wrong courses that are very different from the learning style they want. They spend most of their time about thinking which course to take, which platform to choose, who is the best instructor, and still unable to figure it out. New courses are coming every day on the same topic. People don't need courses on the same topic again and again. What they need is a way to get the most out of these courses. We analyze this situation and tries to launch an online learning platform so that learners are able to find a course suitable for them. Cosby helps students to have a deeper insight into the courses, thus saving a lot of time. Cosby provide us with a better learning environment where we can learning communities and they can create their own. We call these communities as club where user can ask their doubts with each other, participate in competitions, share their achievements. And if your club member is not understanding some topic, you can make a tutorial on it to help him understand the topic and will keep you motivated by giving ratings and badges. Now let's see how our learning environment works. Join a club for a better learning environment. We have search engines and reviews and rating system for all the courses available on the internet, which will help learner to find the best course for them. Challenge other club in your club's respective field and will keep you motivated by giving you ratings and badges. We are using machine learning to find the best courses for user, motivate the user in hosting charges, development of website and marketing related stuff. Now, I would like to conclude just by saying never stop learning because life never stops teaching. And we are on a mission to make this learning confusion free and as fast as possible. Thank you.
So thank you for your nice presentation. What is the entry barrier? Like why the companies like Udemy or Coursera cannot build such kind of community or tool?
Sir, because they are focusing on making courses. If they try to create communities, they have to switch their complete vision and mission for that.
But they have all the resources and they have like community users in place. So I am not really getting like what is the entry barrier for them. So can you, if you can explain me better then?
If Udemy create this, we create communities by ourselves for like investing for coding and some web development communities. They will attract the users, and they can also create their own communities, and they will add their friends in that. So the networking will help us to gain users.
In addition to that, sir, in addition to that, we recently hosted a coding competition on our platform that we gained a lot of students from our college and other colleges, and such kind of competitions and webinars can be done through the marketing strategy.
And where will you get the ads from?
For Udemy, Skillshare, and Coursera, the big players in the courses market.
The relevant market for this.
Okay.
Further, we can have like the business model for subscription based also, like for bigger communities. Nowadays, YouTube education is like growing every day due to COVID and all. So like we can have premium clubs for like some big YouTubers. They can have their own community and we can onboard them with charges. Free from student, but onboarding will be like have some percentage in the revenue.
YouTubers having their own community, what they call subscribers, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you talked to few of them before launching? As you mentioned, you're launching in next 2-3 days. Have you talked few of them?
Sir, this is not currently our revenue model. As I said, we are currently on ads, but in future we can have that too.
Okay, thank you. And over to you, Apurva and Vineet.
Yep. So every community, in order to be relevant, has to offer something to the community members. What is it that you are going to offer? And that is one part of the question. Second, in most cases, people look at ads as a negative signal. For example, that also happened with Facebook, right? So is the ad revenue model the right approach, or?
So the answer to the first question is, in the communities, users can ask doubts to each other. They can conduct live sessions. They can participate in clubs, and the environment that is there in the clubs is very personalized. We recommend courses to the users. And they can challenge other clubs in their respective field. And the environment is very much interesting there, and the environment will keep them motivated to complete their course, and they will able to complete the course as fast as possible. So the benefit is this. And the second question, the answer to second question is, we show ads of courses only. We don't show irrelatable ads to the users.
Got it. So, and go ahead.
We use machine learning to find the best course for users, and that will be the ad for them. So this will not only ad, this will be useful to them also.
Got it. And so over time, as your audience matures, right, and most of them will start being members when they are students, but over time, once they complete and graduate, right, how will the platform mature to still be relevant to them, or would you want to, or are you okay with them moving out of the community and new people coming in?
Sir, these experienced persons can create their own club, and they can open their premium clubs. As you said, they when they get experience, so they can create their premium club from where they can earn money. So it will be beneficial for them also.
And also, sir, like we used in pitch, learning never stops. If we pass out from our colleges or from the universities, we have to learn other skills also. For example, like marketing and into the business. So it can be used for them also, not for only like some colleges subject and coding also related stuff.
Got it. Got it. Over to Apurv.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. I wanted to understand the technology elements that you were talking about, the AI-based matching or some
Yes,
sort
sir.
of technology elements that go there. So what are the inputs that you take from users or plan to take from users, and how does that technology solution ensure that better matching happens?
Yes, sir. We have two parts of the technology. First one is we try to understand the users, what kind of question they ask, what type of courses they like to learn from, what what they are chatting in the groups, in the clubs that we have. And so we get to know the user well, what kind of learning style they have. Second one is we have courses. We list the courses on our platform like IMDb does. It list movies. We do the same, but we list courses on our platform. We list courses and people can review and rate the courses. So we collect the data and we understand the course, what type of course it is, and who are the learner who like this type of courses. So we understand the courses and we understand the learner. We match them together. This is what we do.
Understood. Understood. Sure. And this is technology that you have built yourself, or what are you using for this matching process?
We are using Python, and the machine learning library we are using is scikit-learn, which is very handy and very scalable. If we go to much users, it will be very scalable for it.
Understood. Understood. Sure. No, thanks for covering that. I think from our side, those were questions that we had. Thanks a lot again. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Cosby. That was a good presentation. I would ask Team Cyclosa to raise their hands. We'll make them the presenters.
Sorry to interrupt you guys. I will be out for a while. We'll be joining back shortly.
No problem, sir.
Thank you.
So, like Team Cyclosa, you can start your presentation if you're ready. I guess you're muted.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Achitra, and I am the founder of Cyclosa. At Cyclosa, our mission is to change the way electronic waste is recycled in India. Now, if you look at India, India is the third largest generator of electronic waste at 3 million tons. But less than 10% of it is being collected and recycled. And we want to increase that 10% to 20% and then to 30% in the next 10 years. So currently we own 2 recycling units with over 60 customers across India and have more than 30 buyers in our platform. Now it is working with this users, the buyers and the customers, that has given us a unique insight into the problems that the users face in the whole supply chain. So if you look at it, the price is an important factor for companies while disposing e-waste, but the entire experience is fraught with too many middlemen in between, no timely commitment or pickups. So a lot of the user has a very poor experience right from booking to the material being picked up. And if you look from the buyer side, they lack the trusted source to capture the demand. Now, why that is so? Because The current alternatives in the market are pure listing platforms, right, that do not control the inventory, and 80% of the interactions, that is the payments, the logistics, the pickup, everything is happening outside of the platform. So we thought there must be a better way to do it, and which is why we built the platform Cyclosa. Now, Cyclosa is a vertically integrated platform that controls the inventory as well as the user experience. We buy the material from the companies that are disposing of the e-waste. We ensure that the fulfillment is done either through our vehicle or tying up with other on-demand logistics company like Blowhorn and Loadshare, and then we put the material onto our marketplace. Right? So the customer journey starts with a simple request on our website where they can their own convenient time slots of when the physical inspection to be done. They can upload the material list and everything, every details like inspection, quotations, invoices are available for the customer in one single dashboard. Think of it like an Amazon app where you can actually know your pickup has been, where it has reached, when it will be. Right? And that material list is then converted into an inspection plan, which is pushed into our evaluator's mobile app. The evaluator physically goes into the customer's place and take pictures, record audios and videos to say actually how the material is being kept, because a lot of pricing is based on how the material is being kept by the customer, and that is then fed into our pricing algorithm, which takes the current market value as well as other factors like competition and relationship with the customers and come up with a new winning price. We then process the material in our plant and then put it into a marketplace for the other downstream companies like the plastic companies, recyclers, other recyclers who buy, the PCB boards, circuit boards, and smelters to bid for it and take the material. So these downstream companies are assured of the quantity and the quality because we have assured and we have gone and controlled the inventory and bought that. Now, our past experience with the mid-market and SMB segment that we target, we've seen that they dispose anywhere between 3 to 4 lakhs worth of e-waste in a year. Our current target, currently we are doing about 150, 120 odd transactions in a year. We want to go to 10,000 such transactions, which will help us reach the revenue of $50 million in the next 5 years. Now, as I said, the existing platforms are pure listing platforms, which are just making the buyers and sellers meet. But what we are taking is taking a niche market like e-waste, unlike other platforms which are selling everything, all types of waste streams, and gone really deep, and build a full stack model where we the inventory, user experience, and the fulfillment. And most importantly, everything that happens during this entire pickup is data file, the logistics, payments, compliance, everything. Now, I spent about 10 years in the corporate before getting into this. And with me is Bachi, who has about 25 years of experience in the product development. Altaf brings in a lot of experience on the buyer side.
Sorry to interrupt, but your time is...
I'm done, actually. I'm done. So thank you. We are raising a larger round, and the purpose of coming to Disrupt is, of course, we're looking to hire some technical guys and get exposed to the investor network. Thank you. I'm happy to take questions.
Great. Thanks a lot for covering this. This is a very interesting industry and likely to grow at a significant rate going forward is my understanding of the space. A few things, again, basis my experience here, I want to understand is things I wanted to understand are, one is most brands are very price sensitive when the disposal happens. So pricing matters a lot. Are there any ways of locking in a brand for longer durations here, or do they typically operate as a marketplace? Auctions happen, different auctions even in different parts of the country. So even with one brand, they'll have a different auction in Delhi, then maybe a different one in Bombay. So it's not even centralized currently. So what do you see as the key drivers of locking in brands, and how do you ensure that they continue to work with you for longer periods?
Sure, great question. As you said, and that was also my first point, right? The price is the most important factor. So two things are happening. One, if you know about anywhere about the regulations, the EPR, extended producer responsibilities are coming. Now, because of this EPR, these brands are required to dispose of a certain quantity, which increases every year, to the recyclers. Right? Now, for that, they do a yearly bidding, and where the price is locked. Right? So they will say 20 rupees for refrigerators, right? 25 rupees for washing machines. So that way the price is locked, and of course the quantity like Samsung, LG, and all these are disposing is huge. I mean, if you actually go to recycle all of them, India doesn't have that kind of capacity also. But yeah, that is one way how the price is being stopped. And the other thing that really helps is, you know, especially if you look at the mid-market, and what we have seen, the price sensitiveness is there, but it is not as high as maybe the Infosys or a TCS and all this, right? Because for them, convenience is and quick turnaround is a huge factor. Because if you take a small office, a room full of e-waste is actually a lot of waste of valuable space. So for them, the company who will do it timely, a company who will do it across India. For instance, we work with 19 units of Narayana hospitals across India, from Jammu to Shimoga and from Ahmedabad to Guwahati. Right? Because for them, price is not a thing, but one-stop point of contact. So those things, come in, but I still agree that price is kind of the driver.
Understood. The second dimension I wanted to understand a little better was, how do collections happen? So there are two models. My understanding is, in one model, the brand does the collection and hands over inventory for disposal. The other model is the brand mandates that this is the, let's say, metric ton collection that needs to happen, and then you are responsible for collection. So which model do you operate on, and how scalable is that model?
Sure. So first thing is, brands do not actually collect on their own, right? So brands will in turn appoint a producer responsibility organization, or a PRO. So the PRO is the middleman between the brand and the recycler, right? So the PRO in turn manages, and the recycler, say Samsung, tells PRO, I have 10,000 tons this year for washing machine. Right? So the PRO in turn will talk with various recyclers and say, hey, can you fulfill this? I will procure and give you the payment. So we also have a PRO license, by the way, but yeah, that's how we manage. So, but that's a separate license you require to act as a PRO. But brands do not usually collect on their. They may do a small awareness program with so and so, but that doesn't really. They would always appoint a PRO or a recycler.
Understood. Sure. Those were quick points I wanted to cover. Vineet, over to you. Any points that you want to discuss?
Thank you.
My questions have actually been covered in the last. So I'll in the interest of time, just have one specific question which has not been covered so far. Is any specific reason you're not targeting the B2C market?
Oh, so we actually started off this whole thing with a B2C thing, right? Where we were trying to create a hyper local network of the kabaddi walas, and let's say if you are in Jayanagar in Bangalore, the guy in Jayanagar, the kabaddi wala in Jayanagar, will go and actually pick it up when we receive the request. But a couple of things happen. One is the service issue, of course. Right? They would not turn up in time, right? And they
good evening.
Right? So a lot of things happen. So those, and the unit economics are very difficult for us to make it work. At the end of the day, we need to make money. But having said that, what we are doing, in fact, in the next 2 to 3 weeks, we will shortly launch is, you can order a box from Binbank, from our company. Right? So what will happen is the box will come to your home. and you can fill in all your e-waste that is there, all the junk, and then ship it back to our waste center. So that is something that we are working at the back end to just streamline the technology. And that will get launched. But actually going and servicing is a very difficult thing to make it work from a unit economics point of view.
Got it. And purely from an opportunity size perspective, do you think B2C is larger, smaller, or almost equal as B2B?
Okay, so B2C, if you go by the UN statistics and all, how much India generates, and if you, per capita, and if you look at the population, yeah, around 30% would be by the, B2C consumer segment, right? So 70% is still B2B. And when I say B2B, the large companies and the brands, TCS, Infosys, the Samsung, LG will make up for around, say, 35-40%, and the balance by the mid-market and the SMB segments. Yeah, 30% is that way a large number, but it's a very long tail to really
Makes
make
sense.
it work. Yeah.
Makes sense. This is helpful. I think we are through with our questions. So thank you so much for taking our time.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate you sitting all long 2.5, 3 hours. And,
Pleasure keeping people and founders like you building on interesting stuff. So
thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, team Cyclosa. So, I would like Goaiku team to raise their hands.
Hello team, are you able to see me?
Yes, you're audible. Visible.
I'll just share my screen. Tim, could you able to see my screen?
Yes, it's visible.
Sure. So, hi judges, my name is Pradeep and I'm from team Goaiku. This is my founding team. I'm currently doing my MBA from Masters Union, and my other co-founder is doing his MBA from IIM Indore. And we've been recognized by FMS and ESL and NSR pre-incubated, and these are some recognitions we got. So the problem that we are trying to address is that everyday risks that are faced by children when going to school in a private transport and with the school affiliated vehicles. Private vehicles that are engaged in school transport are riddled with so many problems. Like all the vehicles will be old or the overcrowding. For example, in a 7-seater vehicle, you will see around 15 students will be cramped in a single vehicle, as you can see in this picture. And the drivers are really careless. Like in order to maximize the profits, they do all those kinds of things. And no proper seating arrangements. And as per central government rule, there are no proper speed governors installed in the vehicle. Due to this, around 29 children die every day on Indian road while traveling to school and coming back. And 7.4% of all crash happens near the school areas. And this problem is really big. Around 40,000 illegal school vans are plying only in Delhi alone. So talking about the market size, there are around 87.5 million students rely on these private vehicles. 1 in 3 child who was going to school rely on private vehicles for school transport. This gives us a total addressable market of $24 billion. And around 40% of students take tuition or other extracurricular activity places, around 100 million students, and they don't have a proper commute facility to go to the tuition or extracurricular activity places. Solution is Goaiku, India's first transport aggregation company that is specifically designed for students. Every vehicle that is being onboarded with us will be thoroughly checked with the sound-point verification process. We'll check the FIR records, we'll check the vehicle condition, we'll check the licenses of the vehicles, and everything will be thoroughly checked. Then only the vehicles will be onboarded into our platform. And we'll also provide trip for every ride. We'll promise that there's no overcrowding, only limited number of seats and in a convenient way. And all the vehicles will be installed with speed governors. No rash driving will be involved. And with pay-as-you-go model, parents will only have to pay whether they use the vehicles for the students. And with online payments, the parents can actually digitally pay the amount. And with the emergency response systems, any emergency will be taken care of immediately with the immediate response. Whether if a vehicle has been breakdown, whether we have to send another vehicle, immediately the response will be happening. And this is the ingenious mobile app that will be giving to parents. With this, the parents can track the live movements of the vehicle. will get real-time notifications, and also with route optimization, kids can spend less time on that vehicle. And with vernacular language, we can try to scale this as much as possible. And for schools, we provide all kinds of vehicles for in a contract basis. These vehicles will be going under through all the Goaiku verification process, and then only it will be provided to the schools. And with end-to-end technology support, like we'll provide dashboards for schools to monitor all the Goaiku vehicles that are coming to the campus. And with 360-degree visibility, they can monitor all the student onboarding and everything. An ideal user in Goaiku ecosystem is this 3 personas that we care of. And these are 3 real-life personas. Starting from Tamil Nadu to New Delhi, every parent is facing some kind of a problem in the existing commute system. For Ria, it is not a proper commute facility for tuition centers. For Tanuj, the improper transport management due to COVID. And for Padma ma'am, she is concerned about the rash driving and convenience. So an user journey is not restricted to and subscribed ride sharing service to schools. It also extends to tuition rights and also an on-demand taxi service for students. We did a thorough competitor analysis, and only we are the first to enter ride-sharing space. There has been a competitor called Piggy Ride, whereas they focus on a taxi service for kids in Bangalore. And within 3 months, they clocked around 1 lakh rides, and this shows the true potential that what is the demand in this for this market. And how does Goaiku make money? We onboard vehicles on a contract basis. For example, if I onboard a 7-seater vehicle, I need to pay 15,000 rupees for 1,500 kilometers the have to run for this month. This includes the driver cost, the vehicle cost, and also the fuel cost. So out of that, we provide these kilometers, we'll allocate these kilometers particularly for school transport for extracurricular class transport. And in school transport, customers need to pay us monthly in a subscription based. And for tuition rights, they can pay either subscription or they have to pay every ride. And for transport management solution to schools, we'll actually present these vehicles to schools for their needs, because in India, around 40% of the schools don't own school buses. I'm talking about the school buses that you're seeing that are not owned by schools, whereas they are actually in a contract or a third party lease, and these they don't provide all those services that we provide. So we get a commission from the vehicles, like 10% from every vehicle that we provide to schools.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but your time is up.
Sure, just 30 seconds. And this is a proof of concept. We did it in Europe back in 2019. Just I want to highlight the customer retention is, because in this type of business, it's going to be really huge, because once parents rely on us, it's going to be really great. And we operate around 200 schools, and this is our growth rate. And this is actually, we did it in a government school in Europe, in a tier 2 city. So and going forward for the COVID response, I just wanted to say we introduced a safe health forward technology where all the necessary things will be applicable. But in our response, I understand that schools are being shut now due to the third wave. But eventually schools are going to reopen, because I think so offline education is going to be a must. And this could be Goaiku could be the new normal for school commute. And in worst case scenario, if it turns out to be endemic, there will be multiple number of trips as the classes will be in batches, and we'll be only concentrating on higher secondary schools and college students. And in best case scenario, if the pandemic ends in this year, like WHO stated that, like in a statement, so we'll eventually go ahead. And Zoom and Hop Skip Drive is actually they are in the student mobility center in US.
And sorry, you should.
Yeah, sorry. The increase around and Hop Skip Drive down 1 million riders safely. Yeah, thanks, thoughts.
सर आएंगे तब बस वीडियो ऑन करना है.
I can start with a couple of quick questions.
ठीक है.
First is, a vehicle is a depreciating asset, which essentially means that you have to keep it on the road as long as you can. Right? Now, using a school travel use case is essentially twice a day, once at fixed timings, once in the morning, once in the evening, right? In the afternoon, evening types. What does this supply do rest of the day?
I have sent.
So thank you for the question, sir. So what essentially does is we actually onboard this vehicle on a contract basis. For example, in Tamil Nadu, when we did our POC, we need to pay around 15 to 16K for 1,500 kilometers. So from as you said, the vehicles will be operational in school trips from morning and in evening in a particular time. After in the remaining time, we don't have the control over them because will be our kilometer basis agreement with them. And in the evening time, we'll allocate this remaining kilometers for tuition trips. So essentially, we'll be covering around 1,500 kilometers per month with every vehicle. So this will actually give us an edge. So we don't necessarily handle those vehicles. We don't own those vehicles. We just aggregate them.
Okay. So in that case, don't you think you're leaving precious revenue on the table by leaving a massive chunk of travel between, let's say 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. when students are in the school and you're not using the vehicle?
Okay, so the thing is, in India, there's a central government rule that states that once the vehicle has been made as a school permit, it can't be used for other purposes. It can't be used for other trips or anything. So by this, the vans will be getting more revenue from us because we just not provide only school trips. We also provide for tuition trips and for extracurricular activity trips. So it essentially actually benefits the drivers in our scenario.
Okay, so let me change the question slightly, right?
Sure.
Most of the vans currently being used in India today actually do not go for the certificate, the school travel certification, just to avoid this. Most of them are actually registered as private vehicles. Do you mean you will not be getting them on the platform, or do you mean that you will then leave that revenue on the table, right? By just having them cater to the specific use cases that are, you get my question, right? Because
yes, sir.
That restriction is limited only to people who register or get themselves certified, but most of the market unfortunately does not do that.
Yes, sir. I get that. The thing is, if they don't get registered and if they ferry the children without an adult accompanying, that's actually illegal, and they actually have to face an offense. They need to pay fine. They need to it may go up to like a vehicle seizure and everything. So that's actually illegal, and that's been an unorganized packet right now. Since no one has a hold over them, they can do whatever they want. Like that's been the scenario right now. As I said, around 40,000 illegal school cabs flying around in Delhi alone. So even the central government, they can't able to do anything. Like they have the strict enforcements. They seize the vehicles and everything. That's actually causing children's also problem as well as the parents in a worrying mindset. So in our platform, we'll only onboard those who have a proper
Good
license
evening.
and everything. So we don't want to onboard that.
Got it. So and my last question. Sorry, I'm going too deep into this because of my Ola background and the experience in this space. But essentially, the demand side of it, I completely understand that because it's illegal, it's not organized. Parents cannot really trust them. Students are not really safe in a lot of ways, right? But the job of a marketplace is to bring demand and supply together. So you can solve problem for demand and get them on the platform, but it's really hard to tell the supply that hey, get this certification and only drive your car on this use case. And a car is a depreciating asset, so every minute of run actually counts. So if you're saying then that it is illegal and they have to convert, then you are by default choking or restricting the number of or putting a cap on the number of supply that can come on the platform. The solution to that is you build your own supply, you build your own fleet, which then makes you asset heavy, right? So say hypothetically, if there is a situation where you don't get enough supply, there is enough demand, you don't get enough supply. What would be the strategy that you take? Would you want to, maybe unfortunately not, but shut down the platform, or would you want to build your own? Would you want to buy assets and put it on the platform by yourself? What is the strategy that you take?
Sure, sir. So the thing is, you're saying that the supply will not be coming because their revenue will be less.
I mean, I'm just trying to think of the worst case. Say supply does not agree to it, or I mean, not enough supply agrees to it, right?
I completely understand, sir. So when we did this in POC in E-Road, what we did is we actually went to the drivers, these Omniwalas, and said that this is the concept, and we'll be giving this much of money and everything like that. Actually, they were earning like around 10K to 9K per month only. When they onboarded into a platform, they were earning around 20K at the start itself. That actually means that they actually really touched on
How
us,
do you
because
take this
earning
glare
like
out of
around
my
9K, 10K
glass?
in that thing, they were earning around
You guys know?
20K to 25K in a better scenario, on a better kilometer basis. So they were actually okay with onboarding with us, and even one of the drivers were actually ready to take a new vehicle in EMI basis to onboard into our platform, because they are getting a revenue out of that. So it's an exact scenario that the suppliers also really want to get in this platform. And also you mentioned about Ola and Uber. When we thought about this idea, we actually asked, why didn't Ola and Uber
And
didn't get in this
last,
platform?
we can have
It's
like a
basically
more
because of
interactive
this
session with
permits
questions at the
only.
end.
Because
Questions
they,
at the end.
even
Yes,
if
sir,
they
we will have
try
a
to
quick
convert
Q&A session at the
hatchbacks
last.
into school permits, they can operate
So
with the
you
other
guys got all
revenues
the
and
questions
everything.
already, or
So that also gives an edge
they'll be
over the
asking from the
competition, right?
audience?
So Ola and Uber, the big
So
giants
we
will
will
not
be
be
first
coming.
taking
So
questions
this
from the
one of the
audience,
untapped market. Why not we enter
and
it?
then
That's
we
it,
will
sir.
also have some
Got
questions.
it.
Like we have
Thank you so much.
total
And
form, and we have
over to you.
audience
Sorry, I
questions
took most of the
also.
time.
No, sir.
No.
Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we should
I'll
keep
just
significant
I just
time
have
for
one short
questions.
question.
That will be
So
better.
in the aggregator model, how
Many
do
pairs
you
of
ensure quality control on a continuous basis? Because that's the fundamental proposition. And given these vehicles might not be owned by you, so what's the best way of ensuring continuous quality control here?
Sure, sir. Thank you for the question, sir. So what we do is, whenever we are onboarding itself, we'll do a sound
We'll
point
start in a
verification
couple of
process, a
minutes.
thorough
That's it.
background verification, including the FIR filed, whether the vehicle has any accident report issues, whether the driver has any issues or either complaints with them. Only then they will be onboarded. For every 6 months, we'll do another verification on the same vehicle, on the same driver itself. So it's a complete end-to-end process that we operate, we manage. And for every 10 vehicles, we'll appoint a transport in charge in that area. So he will be taking care of the day-to-day operations in that area with the 10 vehicles. So if there isn't any issue or any vehicle thing, he'll directly report us, and we'll directly deboard the vehicle from our platform. So Goaiku's main motto is safety and
So you're
security
all
for
final year
children.
or
So
earlier?
that's going to be a key issue. So we'll be thoroughly monitoring them.
So I'm from second year.
Understood. Sure. I think other details were covered, so no more questions from our side. Thanks a lot for covering this.
Sure,
Very
sir. And thanks a lot, sir.
Our
I
team
know it's
consists
been a
of
long day, and
the
really
member.
thanks.
Thank
The
you so
members
much.
are from all the
Sure,
years.
sir. Thank you.
There
Thanks.
are members from third year,
Thank
fourth
you,
year.
Team Goaiku. That was a great presentation. I would like to call Team Habit up. Yeah, you can present your screen.
Yeah. Is it visible?
Yes, it's it.
Okay, perfect. Can we begin?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Hello and welcome. I'm Mansi, and these are my partners Pramod and Mustafa, and we are here to present Habitat. So, are you ready to become the best version of yourself? So, what is the problem that we're trying to tackle? For that, let me tell you a short story about a friend of mine. Ajay, he's working in IT and he wants to improve his habits. From the stress of his daily routine, he's unable to concentrate on exercising, reading, and meditating, even though he really
Okay,
wants
so
to.
now we will
He
start
also
the
smokes
session.
whenever he's bored or stressed, and when
check it.
asked
We have
why, he says
audience.
it's just a habit. He also realizes
And
how
you can
his
say
It's not
identity is
about.
shaped by his habits,
okay,
and
sure.
thus his
So
physical
can I start?
actions and habits are invariably
Let's
affecting
get
his
started.
mental health. Now, the
Leadership
issue
is not
here is
about
that there are
titles,
so many
positions,
Ajays
or
in the
flowchart.
world.
It
Even
is
right
about one
now,
life
how many of us
influencing
are
another.
facing
Let me
difficulties in
welcome you
breaking
all
a
to
bad
yet
habit and
another
building a
amazing
good
session
one?
of the lecture series
We don't need
Udgam
to be defined
2022.
by our habits,
It
and
gives
this
me
doesn't need
immense
to be the
pleasure
end
to
of our
host one of
stories.
the biggest tycoons
Ajay
in the
soon found us
trading,
on the App
investments,
Store.
and the
With
tech world,
us, he uses
and currently
scientific
the
and proven
CTO at
methods to
Upstox,
build and
Mr.
break
Hipesha
lifelong habits
Dhamappa,
with ease. He
formerly
competes with
Director
his
of
friends
Software
through a
Development
gamified
and
app and
International
takes
Retail
help from
at
our AI
Amazon.
chatbot and
He's truly
professionals
the
such
perfect
as
mix the world
psychiatrists
needs
and
today.
psychologists to help him through his journey of self-improvement. Additionally, Habitat's integration with apps like Google Fit and Apple Health create a seamless experience for Ajay. Our user-centric design will encourage him to take up any habit he wishes to and achieve his goals with his friends being accountability checkers. Now, Ajay realizes how tiny changes in his day-to-day lead to a significant impact on his life.
Stocks and trading. His collaboration with Upstocks
Self-improvement market is where Habitat fits in comfortably. Currently, our addressable market is at 11.3 billion USD and is expected to grow at a CAGR of 6%. Our serviceable obtainable market is at 77 million USD globally, and the Asia Pacific region is expected to witness the fastest growth. Now, I hope you remember Ajay's story from the beginning. We wanted to test if that persona would really be impacted by our application. So we did this with a concierge MVP on WhatsApp groups with around 100 people for good habits and bad habits separately. For one, we asked them to perform a 5-minute habit every day. And the conclusions were helpful in giving us an initial data set, a customer base, and focus group.
And also
10 days, around 88.8% of the participants were able to notice a significant improvement. We also understood the kind of habits that were selected by them and how and when they require reminders. Right now, as we speak, we are performing alpha testing of the application through the Google Play Store with a very targeted focus group. After we get some insights and roll out some initial updates, we launch the beta with a larger audience and proceed from there. We're extremely excited to see what we can achieve here.
Now, moving on to the competitive analysis, we wanted to make sure that Habitat is unique and stands out in the market. We took some of the best performing apps and performed a detailed analysis of the competitors. From this, we were able to conclude that there was a significant market gap. In this graphic, we can see how Habitat can perform better than the others in the market. Apart from these factors, we also analyze their user interface and experience to understand their receptiveness. So in the business model, we'll be following a freemium and subscription-based business model. This would give us some advantages such as ensuring a higher user base and a monthly cash flow. We expect our users to naturally grow out of the free version and into the premium features. We also have a pay-as-you-go model for the users who want to connect to our professionals during their journey whenever they want. These professionals would include psychologists, psychiatrists, and habit experts as well. So this is a marketing plan. We'll be pricing Habitat an average of 150 rupees per month per subscription using a penetration pricing model. We'll be reaching out to them through targeted ads, influencers, and college and office events, and they'll be able to find us on the app markets and on our website. Since the app works better with their friends, we want to promote them to use referral discounts and trial periods of the premium version. We want them to find us through the. Okay, there's 1 minute left. So I'll just 1 second. Yeah, we want them to find us through our content, and we'll be starting a mini lecture series on YouTube for the habit enthusiasts to stay ahead of the game. So this is the most exciting part, since we get to tell you why we're the only ones who should take this idea up. Our experiences and interests have helped us understand that habits are the building blocks of life and that they define who we are. We have our financials here, but due to time constraint, I'll just quickly go through them. So our revenue, so we'll break even at the end of 2 years and 10 months, and our revenue will be through paid subscription and ads. Just 1 second, go back to the PPT quickly. So yes, this is a projected timeline. So we're in Jan right now, and as we mentioned before, we've launched a prototype to the Google Play Store, and we're testing it right now. And with that feedback, we're planning to launch the actual product in March to the general public. So yes, Habitat is only the first step towards our goal of helping people improve their lives. Our future goals are to help everyone, not just the rich and wealthy, but the underprivileged whose lives and families are ruined by addictions. As soon as we start generating revenue, we'll be setting aside a part of our profits to build and maintain free de-addiction and rehabilitation centers throughout the country. We genuinely believe Habitat can help millions of people in this world improve their lives. Our principles have been tested and have impacted hundreds of people already. We can't wait to help so many more. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, great. Thanks a lot for covering that in the short time that is allocated. I understand. So one thing I wanted to understand is, do you go after B2C markets specifically currently, especially, and are there any enterprise opportunities, B2B opportunities? Because in my experience, there are platform plays where people partner with an enterprise, a company, that wants to develop specific habits and ways of thinking amongst employees of the company. And there it is much more easier to onboard people, much more easier to monetize also. That can be a good way of entering the market in this domain. So what's your view on why this choice of going after B2C markets and not B2B to start off?
So B2C is where we are able to test easier, and with regards to B2B, we were actually using a focus group in the beginning, and in that we figured out that this isn't their primary need, even for HR and even for large corporations as well. When they already have their primary need of like focus, they already have people working towards that. This habits and building good habits among their workers wasn't something that they were really concentrated on. That's why we wanted to give it to people who are who really want to improve their lives, who want to change their lives on the daily. So we can create an impact there, and then later on, our goal is to move to the B2B as well, B2B market as well. We are not fixed on B2C, sir.
Understood. The second thing then is, are there people who are already using this? And if yes, what is the kind of engagement retention that you're seeing? Because I see that to be a key concern in this space.
So right now, we're not doing it with any target audience right now. So in the beginning, we had an experiment. We had a couple of experiments, and we had a lot of people come in, and we've helped them out. But then after that, we had to focus on the actual development of the app. Since it's just the three of us, we wanted to focus on the actual development, and we had to drop that for a little while.
But then right now again we'll be resuming the tests as we are rolling out updates soon.
So we'll be testing directly through the application itself.
Around 80% of them really wanted to continue doing the experiment. In fact, the feedback was very positive. So they were like, why can't you just run it as a program ongoing beyond the experiment phase that is there? So yes, so that is the feedback.
Understood. And one last one from my side is the expertise required to build out a program. Where does that come from?
So none of us, as you can see in the thing itself, in the team slide itself, none of us have that expertise. So we've gotten really good psychologists, psychiatrists, and mental health advisors on board, and we'll be building that profile slowly as we go on. And we don't want them just as an advisor. We want them in the application itself. So like I said, there's a pay-as-you-go model for them as well. Our users can choose to take up one-on-one sessions with psychiatrists or habit experts also. So that is where we'll be able to employ them as well, and this will be direct payment. So we won't have to have them on employee.
Understood. Thanks for covering that. Vineet, over to you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. That's confused. Thank you.
Thank you, team Habitat. So we can move on with our next team. Team Kavach, please raise your hand. Okay, perfect. I'll just share my screen.
Perfect. The market size, as you can see, we cater to high school students, that is 9th to 12th graders, students who want to seek guidance for different colleges and board examinations.
As you can see on your screen, about 250 million students are catered in education sector, making India one of the largest schooling systems in world. Out of this, 131 million are engaged in are in government schools and 119 million in privately managed schools, thus expanding the market size to a very large extent.
So what does a product look like? We offer a 4-day mentorship program, which is A, one-on-one, and B, personalized and affordable. On the first day, we make the profile of a student by knowing his or her preferences such as academic background, financial preferences, etc. On the second day, we suggest him colleges according to his or her profile. On the third and the fourth day, a person from that very college guides the student as to how to get into the college you've suggested.
We currently have 4 verticals. First being the college mentorship student for providing assistance to the dream college. Second being internship preparation for acing the interviews. Thirdly, board examination program for making it best in the boards. And lastly, global consulting program for helping students to secure admission overseas. As you can see on your screen, here is a SWOT analysis with a personalized program as a strength, growing number of students as opportunity, inadequate IT infrastructure as weakness, and big players who can enter the industry as a threat.
So let me now answer some of your questions. How do we monetize this? Answer is through our programs. How do we get our customers? Answer is that about 35% is organic, that is through our social media handles and our community groups. And the other chunk is from schools, influencers, and conducting events. We have collaborated with more than 65 schools as of now. We have collaborated with more than 150 tier 2 and tier 3 influencers. And we have conducted over 7 events with more than 5,000 students as our audience. A quick trivia, as we speak, we are also having another event going on in our platform.
How are we creating value against our competitors? While family, friends, and relatives may provide assistance, the question that arises is if that guidance is reliable and appropriate for a person. Official career counselors and online mediums may offer personalized services, but they're expensive, unlike Kavach, which provides personalized and direct guidance along with affordability.
So what have we done till now? Following the same vision, here is a glimpse of our growth. We currently have a student community of 10,000 plus students with 750 mentees and 350 mentors on board. Here is our MOM revenue growth. Here is our paid customers growth. And here are some testimonials. So we intend to have a community of 5 lakh plus school students with over 10,000 plus paid customers earning a revenue of 1 CR by the end of financial year 2020 to 2023. We'd love to talk more about how we came to these figures in the Q&A.
Kavach has also received recognition from a number of top media and news organizations, including Startup Times Officials, Under 25 News, Times of India, and others, which featured the organizations and the brains behind it. Talking about this event, this was the launch of Atal Incubation Center of Ambedkar University, Delhi, where 10 startups were invited. Manish Sisodia, the Deputy CM of Delhi, was the chief guest, and Kavach was one of the very few startups which was selected to be pitched to him from the entire country.
So with me and Sanya as co-founders, we are a family of 23 college students. And here are our media handles with a cumulative reach of over 20,000 students. Yeah, so Kavach was born when 2 students, fresh out of their high school, decided to bring a change. Our impact is not when someone signs up for our programs, but the value that the programs create throughout their lives. We are open to questions now.
Great. Thanks a lot for covering this very interesting area, and the community traction, I think, that you're portraying seems to be very interesting. One thing I wanted to understand is what happens to a customer once he goes past this phase of, let's say, 10th to 12th, and then how do you engage, or what's your plan on engaging them post this journey, or it's completely fine if you say that the target area is immediately after high school and you want to continue to focus on that?
Yeah. So, sir, like the second part of the question was our answer. We are targeting only on the high school students. However, the idea is that when someone joins in, we pitch the mentorship program. Once a person has taken the program, probably that if that person is interested, he or she can take up the interview program or the board program. But once the person gets into their college, that is when the journey ends with us. The primary reason for that is because all of us are college students and we do not want to give mentorship in something that we don't ourselves acknowledge on. We have been given suggestions like provide mentorship on placements, on internships, etc. But that is not something that we expertise on. So we don't plan to interact with them further once they get into their own colleges.
Understood. And hence, linked to that question, then will be the fundamental question of what's the cost of getting a paid user to the platform, because if this is a use case that is applicable, let's say to 1 to 2 years of his life, how much should you pay to acquire a new user is a key question then.
Sure. So I presume your meaning is that since we are putting the acquisition cost, the returns that we're generating would be only either 1 time or 2 times, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
The idea right now, the traction we have generated is 35% through our community groups and social media. So there the cost is negligible. Now the influencer model, which I talked about, is a revenue sharing model where we do not pay anything upfront and we have a profit sharing model with them. So there the cost is zero again. The schools which we collaborate with, the cost is only our admin cost, because the schools do not charge us anything. We just go there. We genuinely go there and held sessions and help them, and then we pitch our mentorship program. So as of now, there is no marketing cost as such that is involved, apart from some social media marketing that we do.
Understood. Thanks for covering that. Vineet, over to you.
Yeah. So the programs that you're running, right? Are these one-on-one programs, one-to-many programs? What is the structure?
Sir, all the programs are one-on-one programs, and the entire program is personalized. As I said, the first step that when a student enrolls is we make a profile of the student. So that session is one-on-one. After that, the profile is sent to people who research it, and we have career counselors on board who then consult with the profile and then look at the profile and then suggest colleges jointly with our team and them. And then we have a second session with the person. So all these sessions are one-on-one. And when the mentor comes in to mentor the student, even that session is one-on-one.
Got it. So in that case, then there is very limited difference, like between you and the existing like professional counselors or companies who are doing it, right? There's very limited difference, right? In terms
Absolutely.
of.
Sir, so the first difference that's there is in the cost structure. While the counselors are offering counseling at 5,000 rupees per session, our entire mentorship program is for 500 rupees. The second difference is that suppose you want to get into SRCC, someone from SRCC is coming and mentoring you. However, the professional counselors have a general purview of what you should do in life rather than how to get into a specific college. So that is how we are breaking through this.
Got it. So my question is, if fundamentally the business is not very different for you and for a professional counselor per se, why are cost structures so different? I mean, why are you able to do it at 500 and he or she not able to do it at 500?
All right. So, sir, I believe that the counselors have a very different view as to how they go about it. And when we consult with the counselors, they have a fixed pay, as in we pay them as per, suppose 50 students, and they charge session by session. So that is the difference. And since we are youth oriented, right now we're not paying our mentors. The cost to the team is also negligible, and the community that we are funding and the marketing cost is also negligible. So that is how I believe that the cost structures are very different.
Got it. I think my questions are one room for thought I'll leave you with is try to see if you can convert this into a full-fledged community, like completely a community, and maybe just do away with like professional counseling, because today's world, professional counselors are trained enough to know what worked so far, right? But what may work henceforth, they might not have a clue about it. And the best person who knows it are people who would graduate from your community, right? And this is kind of linking to Apur's question, that once I graduate, then you don't have much to offer them. The community will create a circular loop where they will come back in as mentors, massively reduce your cost of acquisition, massively reduce your cost of cost of mentorship, for example. And the one-on-one, like the human interaction between two people who've gone through a similar journey is far more superior, which is the reason why we always reach out to seniors, we reach out to, for example, cousins, and not really, India does not rely so much on professional counselors for specifically for domestic. International, obviously, we don't have a choice. So I'll leave you with that thought on see if you can completely convert this to a community-led model rather than still depending on a program or professional counselors as such. But thanks for your time. I mean, great presentation. All the best.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Team Kavach. We can move on with our next team, Red Reality and Intelligence. Please raise your hand.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, Jury. Just a second, I will share my screen. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Mukul, can you give? Yeah, just. So, yeah. So is screen visible, right, to every person?
Yes, it is.
Okay, sir. So, sir, like we are from Team Red Reality. Like we got this idea about the startup or venture when we were in 2019 when NASA uploaded a competition to design a habitation on Mars. At that moment, we realized that humans are trying to colonize Mars, extraterrestrial like planets, but still we haven't figured out that how we will get a habitation on Earth itself. So we came up with the idea of Red Reality. We were working on this, and we gave this name with the initial of real estate and design, and with the our vision of to like providing a habitation on Mars for in future. Yeah. So at Red Reality, we give users the freedom and flexibility to design their real estate before actually buying there, and without consulting any professionals. So initially, like we started with, you can say, identifying the concerns, like for any property buyer or any person who is looking for a new property. In majority of state, like 99% of all properties are same. You can say in urban areas, apartments are same, but every user have different approach and different taste for that property. Like they have to hire a professional for to understand that property. And for the property dealer, new technologies like AR, VR, 360 walkthroughs, they are helping to boost the property, but still they haven't like there is a lack of emotional connect between what the person is trying to, what a person is looking for, and because of that, there is a void in property dealing and design industry. So we identified the problems, the major problems, like for any person to compare and select a property, he either have to visit sites or he have to visualize in virtual reality or ARs. Then to understand that his property is perfect fit, he either have to consult professionals like Vastu person or interior designer, that how a property will look like. If yeah, this happens because there is there is a gap between property and real estate industry. You can say that how that happens is like a person first will buy a real estate and then he will go for a design. So we came up with an idea that why not a person could actually design a property before actually buying that. So we we started with first product, like, okay, any person, any property dealer who wanted to upload a property will be listed in a 3D. So any person who is looking for a property can actually compare that property in 3D, or you can say he can design the property. This shows that how a property, how a layout through the image recognition and neural network, a property is generated into 3D part. So yeah, so the second benefit about that for a user is any property which is uploaded listed on a platform has a 3D model. So any person can actually compare that models, and he can turn around, he can zoom in, zoom out, and he can visualize from every aspect of the angle that okay, how the property looks like, what this property is, and he can even design it. For right now, we are giving a model space where he can actually design that property as well. In future, we are looking for to develop a AI where through that a person can actually just have to ask what are his demand, and he can go there. So like yeah. So right now that was the first part. Now what we are in future we are looking for is developing a you can say uh, developing a system, or you can say machine learning, where a person just have to, for a naked plot, if there is a naked plot, he just have to give his demand, and through that demand he can generate he can generate a design option or interior layout, or you can say plot option, like whatever is the size. He just have to define that okay, these are constraints, there are government bylaws, so you have 2-meter margin, 3-meter margin from that, and that will generate a, layout of spaces. And with that, we are also looking for the development of the design stimulation, as I consider that okay, whatever will be your design, he can actually visualize okay, this design will, if he is generating this plot, if he is moving that plot, design will automatically generate it. And yeah, for the 3D, once we are get with that part, we will be uploading this part also, like auto furnish a person. If this was about the, as I said, a person just have to speak his demand. Okay, these are my demand, and according to that, there will be infinite number of options through which he can actually design the space. So this is how that design simulation work. We are working on this model right now. Like this is our future vision and goals to how can we implement. And yeah, we are also looking forward that if we are able to generate that 3D model, then we can actually generate that in virtual reality and in real time. So a person can actually visualize, okay, these are his demand, and that can be, he can actually visualize a property before buying that property. So yeah, this is
Sorry to
how the
interrupt, but
technology.
your time is over. Can you wrap it up quickly?
Yeah. So about the competition, yeah, we have a huge competition in the market for real estate as well as design and decor. Like as I said, there is no platform which there is no absolute platform for real estate and design industry. And yeah, about the stand, as I said, that we have 3D comparing option, 3D marketplace. But about product or decor, a person have to 3D scan and for the new property. Yeah, about the accessible market, we are right now targeting real estate agencies or real estate brokerage market or new housing industries for initial stage, and decor market also for that. Yeah, as I said, that our ultimate aim is that if we develop this product, we can do this, and we can upload this product and use in metaverse or multiverse purpose. And yeah, our initial target is tier 1 and tier 2 cities where we can where the technology uses and adoption of technology is more. And for about the business, we are looking to sell leads to the any brokerage that your property has been compared with the property, so he will try to acquire that customer as much. He will try to acquire that customer, and yeah, for the 3D commission. So yeah, till date, we have been granted by Gujarat government under SSIP, and we have working on the ideation stage and research part since April, and till date we have launched our alpha version, and we have collaborated with 36 till date. We have collaborated with 36 builder in the Surat, and we have started uploading their property and started gaining a user traction.
Sorry to, but your time is over. You can't.
Yeah. Just these are the testimony. Yeah. Okay. Me and my co-founder, we both are an architect. About mentors, yeah, he's Krishna Narendra. Okay. And yeah, I would say that if we are able to develop this technology, we can like as I said, we can give this solution to at many verses. Yeah. So that was it. We are open for question answer.
Sure. Thanks for covering this. Great job on the presentation. The idea really interested in the space. One upfront question is, why do you want to compete with 99 acres instead of your expertise? I realize is in the technology domains and aspects of this proposition. So, have you ever explored the sale of this technology platform or API integrations in any manner with any of the existing marketplaces instead of competing with them?
Actually, sir, we have a vision that if we develop this system for the Earth habitation, we could provide this habitation for Mars also. Like there is no place right now. There is a brokerage place for real estate in Earth, right? And there is a future. There is a tremendous future. Like people are speaking that by 2030 they will try to colonize Mars. There will be a habitation. Like there are many companies who are building habitation for Mars. You can say there is a company named Icon who has already built a prototype of that in US with collaboration with NASA. So we wanted that we are developing a technology. You can say machine learning part. From that part, we will use that part for that other purposes also, like design purposes. For you can say if we get a good design data set, machine you can say data set, we can use that and we can sell that into metaverses as well. Like the people are buying real estate in that, so if they need a design solution, we can integrate that and we can directly sell to them once. And we can also use that for, like as I said, for Mars habitation and other places also.
Understood. And on the another aspect here is that you might also be disrupting architectural services in a way where there are design solutions being provided to a customer. On that part of the technology, is the application largely B2C, or can large scale infrastructure projects also be covered under? Can this technology evolve to cover large scale infra projects also? Because I've seen some solutions in that space that are trying to evolve to cover this as well.
Yes, sir. So you said right, sir. We can, like, for instance, as I said that we are a very small team and we wanted to grow. But yes, sir, there is a similar, you can say, machine learning part, HouseGen, that has been developed by Autodesk. So they are working like a multi-level, you can say, they can build multi-level design solution from this sort of technologies. But yes, we are looking forward that we can scale these to like commercial purposes for architecture or AEC industry, architecture engineering and construction engineering.
Sure, understood. Vineet, over to you.
Yeah, very quickly, we'll keep it very short and quick. But what are the approximate number of inputs that you're asking the user to fill in before giving him the personalized recommendation, like the designs and all of that?
So it will be like what style, first of all, like you want contemporary, traditional, classical. Okay, so type of style. Then other thing will be like requirement that okay, in bedroom you wanted a study table or not, you wanted TV set, not you wanted a bed. So in a way you can say that there are 10 or 12 question Q&A before they get a recommendation of that.
Got it. And
for 2 BHK flat right now, sir.
Got it. Right. Got it. So that's clear. And purely from your model training, right? For your AI model training, yes, every human being will have a very different preference. It's very hard to identify trends, especially in this segment, right? Because everybody has a very different taste and preference. So to what extent do you think what is the level of accuracy or satisfaction that the model can probably get to at scale? We might not be there today, but at scale, where can we get to?
So for that, I could say that best algorithm used by Pinterest. I could say that the Pinterest, once they ask your taste, they will try to recommend n number of options from that. So we are planning that once we get that taste, once we get that data set, we can figure out that okay, they can get n number of options out of there.
Got it. I think so. That's super clear. Again, one thought that I leave you with is try to see if this is pre-purchase use case, right? The customer is using your platform before they buy that real estate. Now, real estate is a very expensive transaction. So even if you can get like 0.2% or 0.5% of it, it is meaningful revenue for you. Try to see if you can somehow link your revenue to that transaction also, because then your revenue upside is like to a certain extent kind of unlimited, and interest is also aligned. It's like both the work streams are not working in silo right now. It looks like both work streams are in silo. I may look at it, I may purchase it, but you will not never get to know about it. And the other reason why that integration will help is so that if in case the customer buys that property, you get to know, and then you can, recommend people who do the job, right? And you make more money. So, there's a continuous stream of revenue that is then possible. So I'll urge you to think about it. But great presentation. This is, something that is much needed. Obviously, intense competition, but every solution in the market is very different, and the market is really large enough to accommodate many players. So all the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So thank you, Team Red Reality. Now we have our last team for today's competition. Welcome, Team Vacciver.
Yeah, just give me 1 sec. I will present my screen.
Yeah.
I hope my screen is visible and I'm clearly audible. Shall I begin?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So very good evening, respected judges. I'm Ritvik Menge, a final year mechanical engineering student from Trinity College. My domain is particularly healthcare, and the project name is Vacciver, an active refrigeration system for last leg vaccine transportation. So starting up with a very short introductions. Do bun zindagi ke is the thing which we were listening since we were young. What are these do buns? That are vaccines. Vaccines are sensitive biological agents which are generally used to cure any kind of particular disease. But why actually I'm talking about vaccines? So here comes the problem statement, that is vaccine crisis. In India, almost less than 44% of Indian children receive full-scale immunization. Nationally, there are more than 3 million deaths due to pneumonia, molasses, and other vaccine-preventable disease. Nationally, almost 27% of vaccines have been getting wastage during last leg vaccine transportation, and globally, 22 million infants still don't receive basic vaccines. Here is a short video which generally explains why actually the vaccine crisis happens. So whenever the vaccines have been manufactured in a manufacturing utility, it needs to be stored within 2 degrees Celsius as recommended by WHO worldwide during the logistic phase or during the transportation phase. But during the last leg vaccine transportation phase, current system uses thermal insulated cold box and ice packs, that is directly ice, to store the vaccines. And due to use of ice packs, there are a lot of thermal fluctuations which causes degradation in vaccine potency, leading to vaccine crisis happens globally every year. Almost 90% of the country's population usually relies on cold boxes and ice packs for last leg delivery. These are some WHO recommended vaccine storage conditions. That is almost 80% of vaccines which are globally manufactured are needed to be stored within 2 degrees Celsius. So proposed solution, that is Vacciver. So taking into account all these problems, we came up with a patent pending solution named Vacciver, which is innovative, eco-friendly, active refrigeration, PCM integrated active refrigeration system. So the work of Vacciver was been started since 1 year ago. We worked on various refrigeration cycles to create a refrigeration effect. And after 1 year of intense research, we redesigned a 92 years old forgotten patent file named IC Ball. So in this system, we actually designed a refrigeration setup which was so compact that it can fit inside 2-liter water bottle capacity. It works on less power consumption, that is on 24 volts. And during testing, we observed the temperature drop of 4 degrees Celsius, which we were utilizing to store the vaccines in a prescribed temperature range. So we were using the temperature drop to store the vaccines in a thermal insulated chamber, which was integrated with phase change materials and thermal insulators in order to improve its efficiency. And most importantly, the entire system was been completely electronically controlled and monitored. So also we have run several thermal simulations and calculations, and the results were success. So few months ago, I started to prototype Vacciver. So phase 1 of Vacciver was been prototyped in a wooden frame with all the regulatory circuits. And face-off Vacciver is when seen over the screen. So face-off Vacciver is a prototype in a wooden frame where it can run on 24 volts of dual lead-acid battery on a single charge. The system can run continuously for 3 days. Also, the system works parallelly on solar panels because there are areas where there is lack of access to electricity. So solar panels can be parallelly used to run the system. Also, we are working on face-off Vacciver prototyping, which would be more aesthetically and ergonomically better. So what makes my product novel to implement in the market? So why Vacciver? So I've compared Vacciver versus conventional cold box versus Amvilio versus Gozil Show to Cool. So very first advantage is like we have already filed our patent on refrigeration system and a design patent for storage chamber, which has already been published. Secondarily, the cost of my system is relatively very low. It costs around 4,500 rupees for 5 to 30 liters capacity. It works on less power, and most importantly, it can store a vaccine ampules for 3 days on a single charge, and it can almost store around 100 to 150 ampules of 10 ml capacity on a single delivery. So talking about Indian market potential, so currently I'm trying to target 60,000 rural and government hospitals with 3,500 rupees per unit manufacturing cost of Vacciver with selling price of 5,000 rupees. And parallelly, I'm also trying to target the 22 crores of Indian market potential for last leg vaccine delivery. This is my detailed business model canvas. In short to say, I'm also trying to target the government food procurement agencies, which actually manufactures the vaccines and distributes the vaccines to local immunization centers. Talking about implementation roadmap, so currently I live in Pune region, Maharashtra, where we would be distributing. We have already collaborated with some 7 government hospitals in Pune region, with including some PMCs, where we would be distributing the beta prototype of vaccine unit for piloting purpose. Also, we have been supported with some DST fundings for further acceleration program. After that, we would be approaching regionally with national approach and then global approach at respective procurement agencies. This is the speculative revenue of Vacciver. So in short to say, if I try to target entire India in a span of 5 years, Vacciver would be generating enough revenue to expand globally. So talking about impact, so with Vacciver, we promote greater vaccine safety with active cooling technology at lesser cost with high storage capacity. Vacciver can be used to store medicines, special medicines, medical samples, insulins, blood pouches at hospitals, at vaccine distributors, at military use, and at local immunization centers. Coming up to last slide of my presentation, that is socio-economical and technological impact. So every year the world faces vaccine crisis, because of which millions of innocents die. So with Vacciver, we only not try to improve the vaccine wastage, but we also try to improve the reduction in deaths every year and deliver the vaccines at its full potency. So this is the core team with my 2 mentors. Yeah, with Vacciver, saving millions of lives by accelerating access to immunization. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm open to questions. Thank you, judges. Thank you so much.
Super. I can go. Rutvik, this is great and very good initiative. But wanted to understand how much time and how much capital do you think would be required for the product to get to a commercial stage?
Okay, so for now, like as mentioned earlier, we have received some of the DST funding of 2.5 lakh rupees for accelerating the Vacciver prototyping. So currently with the fund, we are able to successfully develop 15 beta prototype of Vacciver for distribution. And for if you only try to target Maharashtra region, say 1,400 local or government hospitals, so we would be needing rough funding of around 15 lakhs rupees to deliver Vacciver units at the respective hospital.
Okay. So I'll clarify my question. What I meant is, today you are at a beta prototype. For you to get a fully commercially ready product, like how much time would be spent?
Okay, so talking particular about Vacciver manufacturing time with distribution time, right?
No, I meant that today your product is in beta, right?
Yeah,
it will undergo a lot of changes and might have to undergo some certifications to be ready to be sold commercially, right?
Exactly.
So how much time between now and by the time it is ready for, let's say, customers to start buying it? I'm not factoring in anything around, your production capacity and things like that. It's more about product development.
Yeah. So for getting up the perfect licensing and after piloting purpose, so we would be almost needing around 6 months to get the desired certifications. As these things were also cleared with some of our incubators as well.
Got it. And approximately how much would it cost?
For our beta prototype, we are working on it. So we are trying to reduce the cost till 4,000 rupees, and for 30 liters capacity, the cost would be 8,000 rupees.
Got it. And how mobile is this product? Like, how easy is it to carry it from, like, say, we saw some images that you showed, right?
Yeah.
Carrying it on a boat, carrying it on a cycle.
Yeah.
How easy would it be to carry this on a boat or on a cycle?
Yeah, so talking particularly about phase 1 of prototype, it was generally developed for proof of concept in a wooden frame. Our phase 2 of prototype would be a backpack kind of structure where it would be more aesthetically and ergonomically better. It can accommodate almost 100 ampoules of vaccine vials in a backpack kind of structures, and it would be weighing around 4 kg, which is sufficient for a man or a woman to carry the vaccines at the desired location.
Got it. Thank you. Apurva, over to you.
Sure. Thanks, Vineet. So a couple of things I wanted to discuss. One is why did you pick vaccines as a use case? And where I'm coming from is there are companies like Sequel Logistics or Tessol, companies that specialize in cold chain, temperature controlled supply chain solutions. All of them have life sciences as one of their use cases. The application is much broader. There are FMCG applications and other industrial applications. So why vaccines, and do you think this technology is fairly scalable across all those other use cases also, or are there some technology differences that we're missing out?
Yes, so talking particular about our existing competitors, so I would like to say there are a number of logistic people who are involved for vaccine delivery, but the major problem is the logistic is only available from main vaccine manufacturing utility to say the lead distributors. And after that, the vaccines have been almost like 90% of vaccines from distributors to local immunization centers, hospitals are being generally taken from cold boxes. So over there is no actually automated solution that is way more efficient to transport the vaccines. So currently I'm only trying to focus last leg vaccine delivery plus medicine delivery for last leg vaccine or medicine transportation.
Understood. But I wanted to understand, are there any temperature limitations, for example, because a company like Sequel also does live organ transportation. So
Yeah.
it's a very specific vertical in cold chain transportation in the life sciences space only. So is a separate technology required to get to those kinds of temperature limits, or can this be used for some of those applications also? Because then this becomes much more scalable, right? The same technology, the same box can be used for a lot many other things then.
Exactly, sir. So talking particularly about temperature variations and all those parameters. So currently we are successfully able to regulate the temperature from -2 degrees Celsius till 10 degrees Celsius. For vaccine storage, it is from 2 to 8 degrees Celsius. Also, the same setup can be used for insulins or special medicines delivery, and also organs can be transported using the same setup at the negative temperature range.
Understood. And the one last question would be, so in areas, how do these contracts with government hospitals, etc. work? So if in Maharashtra there already is a company that might be working with government hospitals, do they get the whole state contract for Maharashtra, or are these contracts at an individual hospital level, which makes them easier to disrupt again in a way?
Yes, so talking particularly about this aspect of implementation or distributing the units. So like very firstly, usually if there is a XYZ company which manufactures the units and it directly distributes to some local hospitals or using some B2C or B2B models. And for Vacciver unit, currently we have two implementation strategies. Very firstly, we have got some incubation support directly from Government of India, where currently Vacciver is a beta prototyping of Vacciver prototype. Beta Vacciver prototype is been generally guided under some of the government officials, where after successful beta prototyping, we would be getting an opportunity to implement that prototype in Ratnagiri areas, at some local areas in the Maharashtra. Also, our institution parallel has done up a type with Bharati Vidyapeeth Medical College of Engineering with integration of Serum Institute. So actually at Bharati Vidyapeeth, we would be testing our beta prototyping and procuring some of the licensing work. After that, we would be getting an opportunity to pitch up at Serum Institute Manufacturing Utility in Pune, which is actually the lead vaccine manufacturers. So over there, we would be getting the secondary opportunity for using directly Vacciver units for last leg vaccine transportation.
Understood. And does each hospital have a separate partner that does this for them, or are there state contracts?
Actually, at each hospital, they have their respective units. Yeah. Like any local PMCs, local hospitals, government hospitals, private hospitals, they have their code boxes.
Understood. Understood. Yeah, this is very helpful. Great job. I think the proposition is definitely very interesting. Congratulations on what you've built.
Thank you so much.
And thanks for covering these details.
Thank you so much, sir. Yeah. Oh, shall I stop presenting?
Yeah, I think from our side, those were questions that we had.
Okay.
Thank you, Team Vacciver. It was a great initiative by our team. So this brings us to the end of today's event. Great work, all the teams. The results is in the hand of judges, and we will declare it tomorrow in our closing ceremony of Udgam. And now I would like to thanks the judges for taking out your precious time. It was great to have you with us here, and you had other meetings, but still you made sure that you could be here for as much as time you can. So on an ending note, I would like to ask if you wish to share something with us.
Sure, I can probably go first. I think was a great experience talking to 20 odd teams today, and there is no match for founder energy in our ecosystem. That is a common realization. So I think this was a long stretch, but what kept us also going was the energy with which some of the teams were presenting. So we always look forward to that. And I think the good thing about the day was, I'm sure Vineet and Shashank might also have similar views, but there was a very diverse set of topics that we touched upon. So topics that we ended up covering were very wide, interesting ideas and startups in technology related domains, pharmaceutical applications. So very wide spectrum of ideas that we spent time on today. So that was very interesting, very engaging. And thanks a lot for having me here.
Yeah, good to hear from you.
Yeah, and echo the sentiment, Apurv, and I mean, just to add to that, very well done by all the teams, very well thought through, very good answers to all of the questions that were asked, and also kudos to the organizers to keep a strong time check, keep pushing people harder, and also keep us on the toes throughout. So great job, guys. I think and immense amount of respect for the energy that all the founders have had. Much like us, they've also spent a lot of their own precious time away from building a business to hearing every other person pitching. So everyone who stayed here for throughout all presentations, appreciate all of them. But all the best to everyone, and irrespective of what the outcome of the competition is, I would really urge you to keep thinking of some of the feedback or questions that we would have asked, and see if you can pick up some learnings and implement those in your businesses. I have been a student founder myself. It's incredibly hard to build something while also studying, but would encourage you to think of solutions and not give up. It's easy to get to the stage where you want to give up, but and a competition outcome does not really matter in the long term, to be honest. So just stick to what you're building and just keep building whatever you want.
Thanks a lot, sir.
So I am also kind of fully agree with Apurv and Vineet, as I'm also a founder myself. So I would like to urge startups to keep pursuing your ideas. Winning and losing is a part. Sometimes it's very difficult to decide the winners also. So whatever the outcome is tomorrow, keep pursuing your ideas and keep your energy high and never lose hope. And the best thing I saw today was like many of them were trying to address the social issues, right? So that was a very good thing. And yeah, all the best for your future. Thanks a lot.
Nice to hear that from you, sir. Thank you so much, all the judges.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.